This is Andre with the Best Tech. In this tutorial, we're going to master how to transform an existing UI design to a full-stack application. To facilitate both beginners and advanced developers, we're going to start slow and pick up the pace as we progress. Our goals are to create a node server for our application and separate our Stripe payment server from our app server, giving us more room to reuse the server in any other application that we might need to develop in the near future. We're also going to be hosting this Stripe payment server on Railway so that we can facilitate Stripe webhooks in our application for order creation and sending feedback to the user whether their payment has been successful or not. We're also going to explore shared preference, advanced Mongo search indices. Without wasting much time, let's dive in and introduce the main features of our application. Up we have our title, and below we have our tabs. So if we click on these tabs, we are navigated to different sections of our application, and below we have these tiles, show all. Then we are redirected to the index that we were on in our page. So let's take, for example, we are on women's shoes page. If we click on show all, and here when we are getting all the shoes, we're getting the shoes for the women. So right at the bottom we have our beautiful bottom navigation bar, and if we click on search, this is what we see, and we can be able to search. So here I'm going to search for a random item. I'm going to say Flywire and press search. So we have a product. If we search for a product and click on that product, we are navigated to the product. So let's go back, and we have to go to our favorites. So our application is made in a way that if you are not logged in, you are unable to view favorites. Only people who are logged into the application have access to that part of the application. And if we go to our profile page, it's the same. So let's go back to our home page. In our home page, let's say you want to add this product to your favorites and you're not logged in. You're redirected to the login page. This is our login page. So if you don't have an account, you can go ahead, press register, and then you're redirected to the registration page. We want to go ahead and log into an account, and then we can explore the other features of our application. So right here, we have the ability to hide or show our password. So let's go ahead and log in. So now we are logged in. So let's take, for example, we went to the kids section and we want to add this product to our favorites. If we click now, we are able to add this product to our favorites. So if we come here and visit our favorites, now we can view the products that we have in our favorites. So in our favorites, we have the ability to delete a product. So we can delete all the products from our favorites. And if we delete these products from our favorites, and then here our state changes. So let's go ahead. We want to add a product to the cart, or we can go ahead and visit our profile. So this is our profile. Right on top, we have our name displayed and we have our email displayed. So here we have the ability to access our orders. So if you visit our orders, I've already purchased 2 items, and these are the items that I purchased. So this is how our orders page look like. So we have our orders, and they can be scrollable, and my favorites we viewed before. So right now we're in the cart. So in the cart, we don't have a button to check out. So our application is designed in the way that, okay, you can come to a product that you want to purchase and select that product. If you select that product, then you can get the checkout button. So let's say I want to purchase this pair of sneakers on top. I'll just go ahead and select it. After that, I can just press proceed to checkout. So if I press proceed to checkout, then I'm taken to Stripe payment page, and in our Stripe payment page we have to give some information so that we can check out. So let's go ahead and do that. So once we make the payment, our order is created and we are taken to this page to show us that our payment has been successful. All this is being done in a separate server which is dedicated for Stripe only, and it is the server that is also responsible for creating our orders. So if we press back, if we close this and come back to our orders, we get the data. Now we have a pair of sneakers that we just purchased. So let's go back. So we have the ability to log out of an account. So if we log out, then we are taken back to the login screen. So we can press back. Now we can no longer access the profile page as well as our favorites. Continuation of the tutorial that we made before. So we made this UI with this name, Flutter Online Shop Part 1 with Provider State Management. So what we need to do in this section, we need to create a backend for this UI, and we also need to add more functionalities to our application. We're also going to be working on our payments with Stripe. So for starters, we're going to go ahead and create the backend, and then we can move on to integrating our backend to our Flutter application. Then we can work on our payments and our order creation. And just to add, we have extra files that we're going to be using in our project. These extra files are going to be provided for you, so you need to go ahead and download them from the link below. So each and every time that I mention the extra file zip, then you need to revisit the file, and then you can get whatever file that we will be working on at that particular point in time. Let's get started. In VS Code, after opening a new window, we need to go ahead and create a project directory. So I'm going to press open. So I'm going to put my project in documents. I'm going to create a new folder, and I'm going to call it sneakers_backend. And then we need to open the folder in VS Code. So our folder is open. We need to open the terminal. We need to initialize, create the application. So to create the application, you need to run the command npm init, then -y. So our project has been created. Here we have package.json. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to install the dependencies that we are going to use for this application. So to install dependencies, we're going to run the command npm I or npm install. So the first package that we're going to require is Express, and we're also going to require nodemont to hot reset our server. We're going to require mongoose to handle our database. We also need JSON Web Token, and we need crypto.js to handle our passwords. We need to encrypt our passwords before storing them in our database. So we need crypto.js for that. So let's go ahead and install. While our packages are installing, let's go ahead and create the folder structure. So the first folder that we are going to require is models. In this folder, we are going to store all our models. Let's go ahead and create another folder. We're going to call it controllers. So in controllers, we're going to be keeping our functions. We also need another folder for our routes. So we need to create the entry file for our server. So we need to create a new file, and we are going to call it index.js. So our dependencies are done installing. So if we visit package.json, we can see all the dependencies that we've installed here. So before we forget, we need to protect the secret codes that we're going to put in our application. So we are going to require npm I. We need to install .env. So our .env has installed. And in our package.json, we need to come to scripts. In scripts, we need to change this test to start, and we need to change the string that we have in here. So we are going to hook our index.js with nodemont. So here we are going to require index.js. So if we run npm start on our server, then we are going to be using nodemont to run our server. If there's any change that we made to our files and save, then nodemont will automatically restart our server. We don't have to restart it manually. So let's go ahead and save that. So to start our development process, we need to just close this package.json. And the first thing that we need to do, we need to come to extensions. We need to look for an extension with the name. So we need node snippets. If you don't have node snippets, then you can go ahead and install this extension, because it's going to make our life easier during the process of developing our web server. If you're done installing, then that's okay. We can continue. So next, what we need to do, we need to create our server. So to create our server, we're going to use the snippets that we have in our node snippets. So here we are going to use the line node express. Then our server has been created. So right at the top, we're importing our express, and we're using that express to create our app. In the line below, we're listening to our server on port 3000, which is the port that is defined here on top. We're going to put this port in our .env, but for now we can leave it like this. And here we have our first route. So if we save this file, open our terminal and run the server, then our server will run. So let's go ahead and run the command npm start. So our server is successfully running and it's running on port 3000. So next, let's go ahead to our project directory. Let's create a new file and we're going to call it .env. So in our .env, the first variable that we need to define is port. We need a port, and our port here is going to be 3002, or you can put any, it's okay. So here I'm going to put 3005. Let me save that. And to use our .env, the variables in our .env, we need to import .env in our index.js. So let's do that. So here we're going to require .env. After importing our .env, now we need to initialize our .env. So we initialize our .env with the line .env.config. So now we are able to use our .env. So let's go ahead and try to change the port. But the way that we are going to do it, we're going to give ourselves options. So first, we're going to check for the port that we have in our .env. If the port is found, then we are going to use that port. If that port is not found, then we are going to use the default port that is defined up on top here. So to get the variables from our .env, we're going to use process.env. Then after .env, we have to put the name of the variable that we've in our .env file. So if you want to access the port, then we say process.env.port. So this name has to be the same with this name that we've put in our .env. So let's go ahead, save that. So here our port is running, but we don't know which port it is running on. Since here we've defined this port, not this port. So here we're going to copy this and we're going to print it here. So if we save, then if we look at our terminal, our server is running and it's running on port 3005. So that's how we use .env. Now let's go ahead and try to run our endpoint, this endpoint that we have in our browser. So if we're getting our port from .env and everything is working fine, if we run localhost 3005, then we should be able to get this hello world in our browser. So let's go ahead and do that. We can go to the browser. So here we need localhost 3005. So we are receiving this text, and that means our server is running well on port 3005. So let's go back to our VS Code. In our VS Code, we need to change this. So let's just say hello sneakers and save it. So our server has been successfully reloaded. So we go back to our browser. If we reload this page in our browser, then our text will change to hello sneakers. So let's go back. First, let's get rid of this endpoint that we have here. Let's save. So we need to start by creating our models. The first model that we're going to create is the model for our products. So let's go ahead and do that. So the first thing, we need to create a file and we need to give it a name. So I'm going to call it product.js. Let's just go ahead and create all the files for our models. The next one that we're going to require is a cart. After our cart, we're also going to require user, and we're also going to require one model for our orders. So we are done creating the files for our models. Let's go ahead and create files for our controllers. So in our controllers, we're going to need, let's call it auth controllers. That's the first. The next one that we need is going to be products controller. We're also going to require the one for orders. Let's create the one for our users and the one for our carts. So we're going to have cart controllers. So we are done with these. Let's go ahead and create files for our routes. So the first one is going to be products. We need the one for our cart. We also need one for auth, one for users, and we need one for our orders. So we are done creating our folder structure and our file structure. So let's just go ahead and close all the files that we've created. So we want to work on our models, but before we do that, let's go ahead and create our database. Let's go ahead and open our browser. In our browser, visit the website mongodb.com. If you don't have an account, then you can sign up for one. But if you do, you can just go ahead and sign in. So after signing in, if you haven't used MongoDB before, the first thing that you need to do, you need to come down here and create a new project and provide your project name here. So I'm just going to create one, but we're not going to use it. I'm going to use my other clusters. So let's just call it Snickers. You can just create a project. So after the project has been created, then you need to build a database. So if you press build, then you're prompted to this page whereby you have to choose what kind of service do you need. So for starters, this is not like a production application. So we are going to go ahead with a free tier and you choose the location which is closer to you. After that, provide a cluster name. So you can give a cluster the same name as the project, and then you can create your cluster here. So after your cluster has been created, you're required to have like a user for that particular database. So here you need to create a user and give that user a name. So let's just go ahead with Sneaker. We save the user, and we also need to, here we choose cloud environment, and on IP, then for our database to be accessible throughout the world, then we need to use a universal IP address. So it's 0.0.0.0/0. Then you can give it a name. So I'm just going to call it universal, and I'm going to add the IP address. So you can go ahead and delete your current IP address since your database is now accessible from anywhere in the world, and then you can press finish. So this is how we create a database. So now we need to connect our database to our application. To do that, we need to come here and press connect. After pressing connect, this window will be shown, and then MongoDB for VS Code. You click and you copy this URL. After copying, you're required to replace password with your password, the password that you put to your user. So this is our user, and we are required to put our password here. So let's just go ahead, close that. Let's go back to our VS Code. In our VS Code, we come to our .env. In our .env, we need to create a variable for our Mongo URL. So this is our URL. This is our user, and our password. Our password was Snickers 2023. And right after this last slash, then you have to put the name of your database. You have to put the name of your database. This is important. You have to put the name of your database. So we are just going to call it Sneakers as well. Not snakes, but Sneakers. So if you don't put this name, MongoDB will create a default database for you, and the name will be test. So we have to put this. So we are done. Next, we are going to go ahead in our index.js and connect our database. So let's connect our application to our database. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to import mongoose. So we are going to have const mongoose is equals to require mongoose. So now we want to connect. So to connect, we should come after .env config, because we want to get the variable that we've put in our .env, and we want to use it to connect to our database. So we are going to say mongoose.connect. And then we need to provide the URL that we put in our .env. So to access our variable, we're going to say process.env dot, and we have to write the name that we've put in our .env file. So in our .env file, we have to copy this URL, come back, and we put the name here. So connecting to our database might take long. It's a promise. Then we need to show something when we are connected. We need to console log something on our terminal that, okay, we are connected to the database if it is connected. And if it is not connected, we need to know why the database is not connected. So we are going to show the error. We're going to catch the error, and we're going to log the error also. So if our database is connected, then we're going to log something. So let's just go ahead and say DB connected. And if it is not connected, then we need to catch the error. Then we need to log that error to our terminal. So if we save, then our application is going to start running and connect to our database. If our database is connected, then this is the message that will be shown in our terminal, and this is the message that is shown here. That means we've successfully connected to our database. So let's go ahead, move on, and work on our models. So our first model is going to be products model. So first, let's just copy this line 4. For mongoose, come to our product, and we're going to paste the line. So to create our model, we're going to say const product schema is equals to new mongoose schema. So that's how we create our schema. So in here, we need the fields that we're going to require for the schema. So the first one is going to be name. So it's going to be of type string, and is going to be required. So we need to set required to true. So required is a boolean. So we need to set it to true. Let's add a comma, copy and paste. We're going to need another field, and our field is going to be title, and the type and the other properties are the same. We also need a category. The category is going to be the same. We need image URL. So our images, our type is going to be a list string. So on type, we're going to put a list, and we have to define what kind of list it is. So it's going to be a list string. We're going to need another value with the name all price. So for all price, it's going to be a string. So we need to change it to string. We're also going to need sizes. For sizes, it's a little bit different. Let's just copy this. Let's copy, remove it. So in our map, we're going to require a type, and our type is going to be a list, and we need to give it a name, size. So our size is going to be of type string, and required is going to be true. Let's set it to true, and we need to create another value down below, and that value is going to be a boolean, because we need to select sizes and pick sizes, something like that. So we need a boolean with the name is selected. So here it's supposed to be selected. Let's add a comma up on top. So here our type is going to be of type boolean. Required is going to be false, and we need to set a default value for this. So our default value is going to be false. So whenever you create a product, like the sizes are not selected, so the value has to be false here. So after our sizes, we require price, and our price is going to be of type string, and is also going to be required. Let's have our description. Let's add a comma right on top. So this is all that we need to do for our schema. After creating our schema, we need to export it so that we can be able to use it. But before doing that, we need to set timestamps. We need to set them to true. We want to have timestamps each and every time a product is, and then we need to export the model. So to export the model, module.exports mongoose, not module, mongoose.model, and then we have to write the name of our model. So the name of our model is going to be product, and it's using a product schema. So that's all that we need to do if you're creating a schema. So we can just go ahead, select this schema, copy it, and then we can paste it in other files and make the necessary changes. We can go ahead and create our cart. So in our cart, we can paste the code that we've just copied from our product model. So the first thing that we need to do, let's get rid of all the data inside, and let's change the name. So to change the name, this one is supposed to be a cart schema, and the model name is supposed to be cart. So we can go ahead and just copy this one, paste it to the other models that we haven't worked on, and we can just change the name when we get to them. So we have our users and we have our orders. So let's go back to our cart. In our cart, the first thing that we need a user ID. So our user ID is going to be of type string and is going to be required. After that, we need products. If you're creating a cart for a user, we require their ID. And if we create the cart and then we need to have a list of products in their cart, so that's why we require this products, and it's going to be of type list. In this list, we require maps of cart products. So here we're going to have a cart item, and our cart item is going to be of type mongo schema, and this schema is going to be referring to our product model. It's supposed to be schema.types.object_id. So when we're creating a cart item, we require an object ID, and that object ID is supposed to be an ID belonging to a product. So we need a reference. That reference, we are going to use it to go and find that product with the ID that is provided on top, and then we can populate and get the data back belonging to the product. We are not sending all the data, so we are just sending the ID, and we do all the work in the backend. So after the cart item, we are going to require a quantity. So our quantity is going to be of type number, and by default, whenever we're adding something, then our default value is going to be 1. If number of items are not specified, then we are just going to add one product. So this is all for cart schema. Let's go ahead, save it. Next, we move on to our orders. Let's close our carts. Let's open our orders model. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to change the name. So let's go ahead and do that. So it's supposed to be order schema, and the name here is supposed to be order. So let's just go ahead and create. So the first thing, we're also going to require a user ID. If you're creating an order, it's supposed to be user ID, and our user ID is going to be of type string and is going to be required. We also require what we call customer ID. So the customer ID is going to come from our Stripe. It's going to come from Stripe, and we need product ID. So for product ID, we are going to require a mongo schema also with reference to our product model. So it's going to be schema.types, and here we require object ID, and we need to provide reference, and our reference is going to be products. It's supposed to be product, not product. So that's for our product ID. And when we're creating the order, we also require the quantity. So quantity is going to be of type number. So let's just go ahead, copy, and we change the type here from string to number. We require subtotal. It's supposed to be total. Let's add a comma. Subtotal, or sub going to be a number, and we also require a total. So let's just copy paste, and here we change it. We're going to change from subtotal to total. The properties still remain the same, and we also need to acquire what we call delivery status. So we're going to have delivery status. Our delivery status, it has to be a string, as well as our payment status, because we need to show the user if they make a payment, and whether it's successful or not, we need to show them after they try to make a transaction, like, okay, your payment has been successful or your payment has failed, something like that. So on delivery status, whenever we create an order, by default, then our status is going to be pending. Since we just received the order, we haven't processed it. So once the order is being processed, and then we can go ahead and change this to any other value, like, okay, processing or delivering if the user received the item, and then the status has to be changed to delivered. User, we need to start by taking care of the name first. So we just do what we did the first time. It's supposed to be a user schema, and we need to change the name of the model from cart to user. Let's save it. So in here, we're going to require a few parameters. So the first one that we need is username. Our username is going to be of type string and is going to be required. So let's go ahead, copy it, and we paste it 3 times. Let's change this to email. We need password, and we also need location. You can leave out location, but let's just put it for now. Let's add some commas. Should add a comma right at the top. So on our location, if we don't want to like go ahead and enter the location over and over, let's go ahead and put a default location. So we're going to say, just give it a random. I'm going to say Shenzhen. And for our email, it has to be required, and it has to be unique. We don't want one user trying to create different accounts using the same email. So it has to be unique each and every time that you try to create an account. So this is all for our user. We are done with our models. Next, we're going to move on to create our functions, and then we can go on to work on our routers. Come to our controllers. In our controllers, let's come to products. So products controller is going to be open. So we're not going to be using any middleware on products controller. So we can just go ahead, work on it before we even work on our user. So let's go ahead and do that. So the first thing that we're going to require is the product model. So we're going to have our product. So it's going to require the product model. So in here, we need to access our models. And in our models, we need to get the product model. That's the first thing. We're done with that. And we need to create our functions below. So we need to export all our functions. So we need to call module exports. And then in here, we're going to have a map. So inside of this map, we're going to create all the models that we are going to be using in our router. So the first one that we're going to have is create product. So it's going to be asynchronous, and it's going to take request and response. We need an arrow function, and we need to, so in here, when creating a new product, the first thing that we need to capture the data from our request body, and then create a new product, then send it to our database. So we're going to say new product, then we're going to use the data from our request.body. Now that we have this product, what we're going to do, we are going to have a try catch block, since we're going to be communicating with our database. So in our try, we need to await a new product and then save. We need to save the data. After saving the data, we need to return a response to the user. So we're going to have response status. So on creation, we're going to have a status 200, and we need to pass a message. So that message is going to be a JSON, but this time we're not going to pass the whole object that we've created here. We can just pass a simple message, a simple string like product created. And down here, we need to, if there's anything that happens when we are creating the product, then we need to pass a 500, a status code 500. And then we need to pass a different message to the user, like, okay, failed to create product, something like that. So let's just go ahead and do that. So here we can just say failed to create product. Then that's all for creating our product. So we need to create another function down below to get all the products. So let's go ahead and do that. We're going to say get all products. So this line remains the same. So we might as well just copy from here, paste it down, and we need to close it. After closing it, what we need to have a try catch block. We need to access our database, get all the products, and then send them back to the user. So we are going to have a a variable here with the name products. So this variable is going to await the data that we are getting from the database. So we're going to have our products model dot find. We want to find all the data. After finding all the data, we need to sort that data. So we're going to sort them by the date they were created. So we're going to use one of the properties from MongoDB, which is created at, and we have to make it -1. So here it's supposed to be products. So we need to return these products to the user. So we need a response. Our response status is going to be 200 for a successful response is 200, and we need to pass the data down here. So let's just go ahead and pass the products. And if there's an error, we need to handle the error and send a response to the user. Let's say failed to get the products. So right now we need to get a specific product from the user. So here we have get all product. We can say get product. Here it's supposed to be get all products, not product. Let's add a comma right on top. So we require the same. So here what we need to capture the ID from our params. So we're going to have product ID. Let's just call it product ID. It has to be a constant is equals to request.params.id. So when we are finding the products now, we are no longer finding all the products. So we need to get rid of this part. And let's change this name to product. So here we're going to say find by ID because we need to give the ID, and the ID will be passing it through our params. So find by ID, and then in here we require the ID. So the ID is going to be product ID. Then we need to take one more step. We need to process the data a little bit. So we need to use our spread operator. So here we're going to exclude some properties that we don't want to send back to the user. So first we have that -v. We don't want to send created at. That's all. So we need to create a new variable for our data, our new data. So here, instead of passing this product, we are passing this product without these values. So we need to pass the product data, and that's all. So here we need to change the message failed to get the product. The get product function, we need to create another one for searching the product. So let's just go ahead and do that. We say search products, and this is going to be the same. So we just copy, we paste it down, we close it. And in here, we need a try catch block since we're accessing our database. So in our try, the first thing that we need, let's just say results is equals to product. So here we are not going to use find, we're going to use aggregate. Since we're not going to search one specific field, we're going to use a wildcard to search for the product that a user is looking for. So we're supposed to use aggregate since it handles like large data sets, complicated data. So we're going to use aggregate. After aggregating, then we need to have a list. So in this list, we're going to put our search function. So to be able to have a search in MongoDB, what we need to do, we need to go back to our database, create a search index, and then come back, paste it, make some few changes, and then we are good to go. But before we go to our database, let's handle the error. And we need also to send back the response. If the product is found, then we need to send the response. So our response is going to be down here. And what we are sending back, we are sending back the results of our search. So let's go ahead, go back to our Mongo, come to search. Then we can say go to Atlas search. So first we can say add my own data since we don't have data. Database name, and here we have the collection. So we say our database name is going to be sneakers. Collection name, we're going to say products. and we're going to create. Now that we have our database and our first collection, we can be able to create a search index. So here we're going to use a visual editor. We press next and we give it a name. So let's just call it shoes, and we're going to search in sneakers, and the collection that we're going to be searching through is products. Let's press next. After that, we need to create our search index. So our search index has been created. The next thing that we need to do, we need to edit with Visual Editor and come to Search Tester. So in Search Tester, what we need to do, we need to come to this edit. And then we need to copy this code and go back to our VS Code. So in our VS Code, we need to replace this list that we have here with the code that we just copied from our MongoDB. And right here, we are going to require a key from a user. So if a user types something, the key is supposed to come here. It's going to come from our request params, and we're going to give it a name key. So this is all that we need to do to handle our search. So everything is done pertaining our products. So the next thing, we can move on to create our router, our product router, and then we can just go ahead, create some few products, test everything, and then we can move on to the next thing. Product router. So the first thing that we need to go back, we need to go to our router folder, open products router. Let's close all these files, we don't need them. So the first thing that we require the router itself. So we're going to have const router, and we're going to get the router from express, require express.router. And the next thing that we require our product controller. So we're going to have const product controller. So we need to access our product controller. So we need to access our folder, controllers folder, and we need to go ahead and pick the product controller. Now that we have these two, we can go ahead and have our router. So our first router is going to be a get, and we're getting all the products. So we can just say slash. So we're going to use our product controller. Then we're going to get all the products. That's our first router. We can go ahead, copy the first router. Now we want to get a single product. So we said when getting a single product, we need to provide an ID. So this is our function to get the product. So we need this ID from our request params. So we can get that ID by putting a semicolon and then the ID, and we need to change the function here from get all products to get product. So that's all for that one. And then we need to also get, and this time it's for the search. So we're going to say search, and then for search we are going to require something from our params, but it's not an ID. We're going to require a key. Here we call it key. So this name has to be corresponding with the name that we put after our column. So we have our key, and we need to change the function from get to search products. So below, let's paste another one, and this one is for creating products. So to create products, we're going to have a post, and this post is supposed to be mapped to create products. So once we are done with these routes, then we need to export them. So to export, we said we need module.exports, and we're exporting our router. Let's add an equal sign. So that's all when it comes to our product router. Next, we're going to be hooking them to our index and then run a few tests. We want to work in our index.js. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to import our router. So the router that we just finished working on is a product router. So we're going to call it product router. Let's just call it route. So we have to access our router. It has to be one dot. So we need our router, and in our router, we need to access this product router. Now that we have this router, we can use it in our app. So we're going to say app.use. First, we need the endpoints. So our endpoint is going to be API / okay, so it's /API slash, and then this one is going to be for products. So we're going to use products router, and right on top we want to pass the JSON data. We need to use app.use. We need JSON from express, so we're going to call our express, and we need our parser here. So in here, let's set the limit. So our limit determines a chunk of data that we're supposed to get in each and every code that we make. So we want to make it as large as possible. So let's just go ahead and say 10 megabytes. Let's close it. Let's copy it and paste it. So down here, instead of using JSON, we need URL encoder. And in our URL encoder, we need this limit, and we also need to include other property with the name extend, and it's going to be true. So let's save it. So if we open our Postman, so to test our routes, to test our endpoints, we need to use Postman. So if I've already created the structure already, so we need to start by getting products. I have products in the backend already. So here, what we need, let's go to get products. We need to change the URL to localhost API products. If we call this, then we should be able to get all the products that I have in the backend. So let's go ahead and do that. So these are the products that I've already put in the backend. So let's go ahead and copy one of these products, make some few changes to it, and then we can create a product. Let's see. Yes, we already have a product here. So we can go ahead, make some additional changes, and then we can post it. So we require a name, title, description, price, old price, sizes, image URL. So everything is set up. So here it's supposed to be women. Okay, I'm just going to change the name here to Flywire. So if we post this product, we should have a response, the response that we set in. So let's go ahead and change this URL from 3000 to 3005, and then we can post it. So our product has been created. So our endpoint is working fine. So since our product has been created, we can just come to get products. In get products, we can get an ID of any random product. After that, let's come to our endpoint, change the port number, and then we can paste. Okay, let's go back. Here, we don't need to copy the whole thing. We just need to copy the ID. Let's go back to get product. Get product, we change the product ID. So this ID is the one that we're going to receive in our params. So let's go back to our VS Code. So in our VS Code, in our controllers, to get a product, we say we need this product ID, and it's coming from our request params.id. And in our routes, it's the same ID that we are passing here when we are getting the product. So let's go back to Postman. In Postman, we need to send this request. After sending the request, this is the product that we get. We are done with testing this endpoint. Now we are moving on to search products. So here we need to change it's going to be localhost 3005 API products, and then search. And we need to put our key after our search. So this is our key. The key that we've written in our backend like this, we need to put it here. So let's find the product that we just created. The name was Flywire. So if we send this request, we're supposed to get this product that we just created with the name Flywire. So if we take, let's say, for example, we're using a wildcard. If we take Adidas, let's just say Adidas. If we search by title, whatever is in the title, then we are bound to get all the products that have that particular name in it. So let's come here to the name. If we just copy, paste, send, then we get this product. So our search is working fine. Everything related to products is working fine. So let's go back to our VS Code. So back in our VS Code, now we need to work on our user. So we are going to start by working on this Auth controller. So let's open our Auth controller. So the first thing that we require in our Auth controller is our user model. So we're going to have user is equals to require. It's supposed to be a string. We need models and we need user model. So we're done with that part. Let's move on. And we're going to also require crypto.js to encrypt our password, encrypt and decrypt our password, and it's also going to require JWT. So first, let's go ahead and import crypto.js. So here, it's supposed to be crypto.js. Let's close it. And we also need to have JWT, and we have to change the package here. So we're going to require JSON Web Token. So we have all the things that we need. So in here, what we need to export our functions. So we call module exports, and then we have our braces. So first we need to create a user. When we're creating a user, the processes are synchronous. So we need to have asynchronous. And in here, we require request and response. Let's have our arrow function. So let's close it. Let's just go ahead and create all the functions that we need, the body of all the functions that we need. And then we can proceed to work on them one by one. So in here, we're just going to require two. So the first one is to create a user, and the next one is to log in a user. So here, let's rename this to login user. So the first thing that we need a variable where we are going to store our data when we get the data from our request. So we're going to have new user is equals to, then here we're going to use the user model. So in our user model, we're going to have our username, and our username is going to come from a request.body.username. So that's our first. So we need three more. So let's just copy paste. The next one is email, supposed to be email. And here we require an email from email, an email field, and we want a password, and it's coming from the password field. And the last one is going to be location, and it's coming from location. So our password here, when we are creating a user, we need to encrypt the password, then we can store it in the database. So to do that, we are going to use this crypto.js that we imported on top. So let's just go ahead and remove this. We can just cut it, not delete it completely. Just cut it because we want to use it. So here we're going to have crypto.js, and we're going to use AES encryption. So we need to encrypt the password. Then we have to paste our password. So our passwords come from the request, and then we encrypt it first. We need a value that we are going to use to encrypt our passwords. So it has to be a secret code. So first we have to go back to our .env. Let's just write it here first, and then we go back to our .env and have the value. Let's call it secret. So we use this secret to encrypt the password. Without this secret, you cannot encrypt or decrypt a password. So this secret should be in our .env. So let's just copy it, go back to our .env. In our .env, we need to create a new variable with the name secret, and then we are going to give it a name. So I'm going to call it sneakers. Okay, with lowercase, not uppercase. I'm going to call it sneakers 2023. That's going to be my encryption. So this secret is the one that we are using here to encrypt our password, and we have to make our password to string. So that's it when it comes to encrypting the password. This is how we encrypt. But don't forget, put this, like, have a secret in our .env. Without it, you cannot encrypt and you cannot decrypt the password. So next, now we have our user, we need to go ahead and save that user in our database. So we said, like, to use the database, we're always going to need a try-catch block. So in our try-catch block, the first thing that we need to do, we need to await this new user. So let's go ahead and do that. And we need to save the user. At the same time, we need to send response back to the user. So it's going to be response.status. So when creating a user, our status is going to be 201, not 200. So 201 signifies a successful creation of something. Even for products, if you want to go ahead and use 201, then that's okay. And then we need to pass JSON data. But in our JSON data, we're not going to pass the data back to the user. We're going to pass a message. We're just going to pass a message, and our message is going to be a string. So we can say user successfully created. After that, we need to handle our error. If there's an error, we need to send a status code, and the status code that we're going to send is 500, and we need to pass back a message. And this message is going to be the error that we get from here. So let's just go ahead and have a message. And in this message, we're going to have the error. So that's all when it comes to creating a user. So the first thing that we need a try catch block. So right here, we need to go ahead. If a user enters their credentials, that's the email and the password, we need to go ahead and find that user from our database. If the user exists and the password matches the one that we have in our backend, then we'll give them a pass to log in. So this might not explain everything, but I'll explain as we go, because our password, we need to take the password that we have in our backend, decrypt it, and then we can compare it to the password that the user logged in with. If the password matches and the account is existent in our database, then that user can log in. So let's go ahead and do that. So first, we're going to require const user. So we need to await our database, and we're going to use our user model, and we are finding one user, and we are finding this user by email, and the email is going to come from a request.body.email. So this is the email they put when they're trying to log in. So we take it from the body, then we try to find that user. If the user doesn't exist, if not user, then we need to send the user back a response like, okay, this user doesn't exist. So if not user, we need to send back a response with the status code. So here we're going to send them a status code 401 and a JSON. So in our JSON, we're just going to write a message. So let's just put it as a string. We can say user couldn't be found, or we can say could not find the user. This is the first thing that we do. Like if the user is not found, if the user is found, then we need to go ahead and decrypt the password there, the password that we have in our database. So we need to have a variable where we are going to store the password after decrypting it. So we're going to call it decrypted password. So here we're going to use crypto.js, and we need to decrypt. So right at the top, when we were creating a user, we're encrypting the password. Now, since we have the encrypted password, we have to decrypt it. So once this user is found, the data is stored in this user, right? So we are accessing this user that we have, and we are getting the password, and we are trying to decrypt the password down here. And to decrypt the password, we said we are always going to need our secret. So our secret is in our .env. So we need to access that secret variable. So it's secret. So don't be confused. This secret, we have it in our .env. It's the secret that we have here. So that's the one that we are going to use to decrypt our password. After decrypting, we need to convert this variable to string. So let's do that below. We create another variable. We call it, okay, let's just call it the password. So here we need our decrypted password. Then we need to convert it to string. So here we're going to use crypto.js .enc utf8. So we have our password here. So now it's time to compare this password with the password that a user inputs in the request body. So we are going to say the password is equals to request body the password. Okay, so first, if not, when comparing, if this password is not equal to this password, then we need to send back them a response. So let's just copy the response that we have here and paste it down. It's going to be 401, and we're going to say wrong password. Let's save that. Else, if this password is correct, then we need to now proceed and create a user token. For it, what we need to create a new variable for our token. We're going to call it user token. So to create a user token, we need to use our JSON web token. So here we imported it as JWT. So we're going to say JWT.sign. We need to sign some values from our user and encrypt them in our user token. So here we are going to get the ID. We just need to sign the ID. So if you want to add more variables, you can add them here. It's okay. But I'm just going to get the user ID. So it's going to be user dot underscore then ID. So to sign, the process is kind of similar to the one for encrypting the password. We also need a value to encrypt. We also need a secret code to make a JSON-W token. So this we are going to create in our .env file. I'm going to call it JWT secret. So JWT underscore secret. And then here it can be the same, or you can change it to anything. Either way, it's okay. I'm just going to use the same. So let's go back to our Auth controller. In our Auth controller, after these braces, now we need our code. So here, JWT underscore SEC in caps. We need to set an expiration date. So we have to put it in braces. So expires in, then we need to provide the number of days. It can be a string. So for mine, I'm just going to say 21 days. So this is all. We've created our JSON-W token. Now we need to send back a response to the user. Include some of the values that we are getting in this user, like the password. We don't need to send back the password back to the user, even though it's encrypted. We just need to exclude the password. So let's go ahead and do that. First, we are going to need a spread operator. So here we're going to have our spread operator, and we need to exclude the password. _v created that, and then we need to send everything else. So to do that, we have our 3 dots, and we're going to create a new variable with the name others. So here we're going to have user dot underscore doc. So we're getting the data from here, and this is the new value that we have. So we have to pass this value to in our response, as well as sending the user token. So we need our status. So after everything is done, our status is going to be 200, and then we need JSON. So in our JSON, we're going to pass these others. So to pass others, we also need a spread operator, and we say others, and we're also going to have our token, and our token is going to be this user token that we have up on top. So let's save that. So if a user fails to log in, then we're going to send a 500, and then we're going to pass a message, failed to log in, check your credentials. So that's all for our functions. The one to create a user and to log in a user. Add and open our auth routes. In our auth routes, we need to have our routes for logging in and signing up a user. So let's just go to products. We're going to copy our router. Let's close it, go back to our auth, we paste it, and the next thing that we're going to require our auth controller. It's supposed to be auth controller is equals to require, and in here we're going to need to access our controllers. In our controllers, we need our auth controller. So first, let's go ahead and have our first route. We're going to say router is going to be a post. So let's have our endpoint. Our endpoint is going to be register. Then we're going to require our auth controller. And from our auth controller, we're going to require this create user function. So we are done with that part. The next is to log in. So we need to change the endpoint to login. We have our auth controller already, so we just need to change the function to login user. After this, we are done. Let's save and let's go ahead and export our router. So down here, we require router. And let's go back to our index.js. In our index.js, we're going to require our auth router. So we have our auth router, and we need to map it to the correct router, which is the auth router. Let's give a little bit of space. We need to space our endpoint. So here it's going to be API. If it is API register, then we need to use our auth router. So we are done with that part. So let's go to Postman. In our Postman, we got to create a user. So let's just change the name here to Zoe Doll, and let's change the name to Zoe Doll 2. Password and the location can remain the same. That's okay. Let's go ahead and try to register a user. So we have an error because our endpoint here is 3000. Our port is supposed to be 3005. So let's change that. Our user has been successfully created. So now that we've created our user, we can go ahead and log in this user. So we have our user here, our email, and we have our password. So if we try to log in, and then we're going to have an error. So let's go back to our VS Code. In our VS Code, we need to open our auth controller. So here, when we're trying to log in the user, we are not going to just find, we need to find one with the email. Okay, so we need to make that change and save. After saving that, we need to go back to our Postman. In our Postman, we just need to send this, and then this is the response that we get. We have our token, updated date. So we can go ahead and remove this updated date. The only data that we need our user, our ID, username, email, location, and the token. So if we come here, when we use the spread operator, we can add another value, which is created date, which is updated date. If we save, go back to our Postman and log in again, then that value will no longer show in our response. So that's all for creating a user and logging in. Next, we're going to try to focus on delete and to get a user. Proceed and make our middleware. So let's go ahead and create a folder, and let's call it middleware. So our UserRoutes, like getting a user, we're supposed to use a middleware for that. So let's just create our middleware, and then we can go ahead and create our user controller. So first we need to verify the token. So let's just call it verify token. So in our verify token, we're going to require two things. First, we need to import our JWT, and in here, we're going to require our JSON web token. That's the first. And second, we need our user model. So we're going to have our model. We need to access our models, and we need to get a user model. So we are done with that part. So let's go ahead and have our function. So here we're going to say const verify token. So we require requests, a response, and next. So whenever the token is correct, then we need to proceed to the next function. So here we need our arrow function. So first we need to create a variable for our token when we get it from our auth header. So we need to store it in this variable. So it's going to come from requests. So here we're going to access our headers, and we are looking for the token. So once we get this value, now we need to validate whether it's a valid token or not. So we're going to have an if statement, and in our if statement, we need to have this auth header. It's supposed to be auth header up here. We need to have this auth header. So first, we want to extract the token, because when we are sending this from our requests, it's going to be like bearer space, and then our token comes here. So we need to extract this token from this host string that we get in our headers. So const token is equals to auth headers dot split. We need to split where we have an empty space. So we have bearer space and then the token. So we need to split and get the first item after the space, which is our token. So after getting our token, now we need to verify that our token is valid token or not. So we need JWT verify, and we need to input our token in here, this token that we have on top. And we need the secret that we are using to sign and verify our token. So we need to access process.env, and this one is going to be JWT underscore secret. So as we said before, this JW2 secret is in our .env file. It's this one that we have here. So we need it to be able to verify the token. So here it has to be asynchronous. So we're either returning an error or we are returning a user. So if we have an error, that means our token is invalid. If our token is invalid, then we need to send a response to the user with a status of 403. Let's go with 403. And we need to pass a message to the user that, okay, you have invalid token, something like that. So here we can just say invalid token. Let's close. Else if like this token is valid, the one that we get here on top, then we need to proceed. Request.user is equals to user, and then we need to proceed to the next function. So we have our if statement here. So if it is valid, we deal with it in here. If else, we need to send back a response again. We're going to return .status, and for this one we're going to use 401, and let's pass a JSON message, and let's say you're not authenticated. So after we're done with this, then we need to export this verified token. So we need to come down here. We do the same as we were doing for the other functions, for the other controllers, emoji.exports, and here we're exporting our verified token. So let's put our verified token in here and let's close it. Let's save. So we are done with verifying the token. Next, we are going to be working on our user controller. So we go to our controllers, user controller. The first thing that we need our user model. So we need to access our folder and our file, so models, and here we want to get the user model. After that, let's go ahead and export the functions that we are going to be creating. After exporting, let's create our first function, which is to get a user. So let's go ahead, get user. It's going to be asynchronous, and this requires a request and a response. Let's add a comma. Let's copy it. Let's paste it. And down here, let's rename it to delete user. So first, get user. What we need a try catch block. So in our try catch block, we want to find a user by ID, and this ID is going to come from our token. So here, let's have our user. We want to store the data that we get from the user, from the database, in this variable here. So we're going to say await, and we need to use our user model, and we need to find by ID. So our ID, we said, is going to come from our token. So it's going to be user.id. After finding the user, then we need to return a response. So it's going to be response status, and our status is going to be 200. And then we need to pass back the user we need to pass back the data to the user. So we're going to require JSON. So in here, let's go ahead. But before we even pass this user, we don't want to send the passwords and that kind of stuff. So like what we need to do, we need to also use our spread operator. So let's just go ahead and do that. Const, then we have our spread operator. We're going to exclude the same properties that we excluded when we were logging in a user. So let's just copy that and let's paste it here. So everything remains the same. This is user, and this we can just change to user data. Let's save it, and here we're going to return this data. So if there's an error, we need to handle the error. So let's just copy the response that we have on top, and let's change the status to 500, and we need to pass back a message to the user. So let's make it a string. No, let's not make it a string. We need to pass back this error to the user. So we are done with that part. Let's go ahead and create our delete. So when deleting, since we're going to access our database, we need our try-catch block. So first we need to find by ID. So we are going to use the same syntax, but we're just going to copy this part, paste it, and change. Here it's going to be find by ID and delete. After deleting the user, then we pass back a message. So let's just copy this one, and then we can make some few changes to it. So it's going to be 200. Here, instead of passing the data, we pass a message. We can say user successfully deleted. And for our error, we just pass back the error. So that's it. We are done creating these two. Next, we're going to hook them up to our routes, and then we can hook them to our index and go on to test our endpoint. But before, let's copy our auth.js, our router here. Let's close it. We don't need it. Let's close our token, our middleware, and let's go ahead and open UserRoutes. Let's paste the code that we just copied. So here is going to be userController, and we're going to require a userController here. So first, let's have a get to get the user, and let's have a delete to delete the user. So to get a user, we're going to require our userController, and from our userController, we get user. That's all. And my bad, our mistake. This is supposed to be up, not down. So let's paste it there. Let's remove register. So to delete a user, we do the same. So here, instead of getting a user function, we use delete. And we also need to import our middleware because these are protected routes. So we need const. It's supposed to be verified token is equals to require. So in here, we're going to require our middleware, verified token. So we need to use this middleware here before calling our function. And here, so we're calling this middleware, get the data, get the ID, and then we use the ID that we get from our middleware in our function. So this is the ID that we have here. On both occasions, that's what we are doing. So we pass the middleware, we take the data from the token, the user ID data, and then we pass it to our function. So if the token is invalid, then our function won't reach to this point, or it won't even reach to this point. So let's go ahead, save our functions, and next we're going to hook it up to our index.js via our user route. So let's just copy the one that we have, rename it to user. It's supposed to be user route, and here we require user. Let's paste it. Let's have our endpoint down here. So I'm just going to cut this, let the auth be the first and that one be the second, and down here we're going to require the one for users. So instead of have API / products, we're going to say users, and it's going to use the user route. So right now we can go to our Postman. So in our Postman, we've logged in this user and we've gotten this token. So we need to copy this token, go to get user. Let's change this to 3005. And then let's go to our headers. In our headers, we have this token. That's the token that we want to use. So we have our bearer first, and we have our token here. So we need to paste the token that we copy. We save, and then we go to our body, and then we can just send the request. So if the token is correct, then we'll get the data. This is the data that we need. The other thing that we could do, okay, let's say a user didn't provide a token here and just send the request, then the user is not authenticated. Alternatively, he or she can have the token, but if the token is wrong, let's say we remove the two first letters of the token and send this invalid token, so everything is going accordingly. So let's paste back the token here. So we are done with our user routes. Next, let's work on our cart. Let's go to our controllers, orders controller. So the first thing that we need our orders, our order model. So we're just going to call it orders, is equals to require, and we need to access our order models or order model. Here it's supposed to be a string. So let's go to models, and here it's supposed to be orders. So after we're done with that, let's go down and we want to export. It's supposed to be modules.exports, and here we're exporting our functions. So the first function, we're only going to have one function for the user to get all user orders. So we're going to call it get user orders. So it has to be asynchronous, supposed to be async, and requires request and response, supposed to be response. So in here, what do we need to do? We need to get the user ID from our middleware, and then we use that user ID to get all orders that are related to a particular user. So let's take, for example, here we capture the user ID from our middleware. User ID is equals to request.user.id. We capture that, and below we need to have a try catch block. In our try catch block, the first thing that we need to do, we need to have a variable where we are going to store all the orders from our database that belongs to one user. So here we're going to have user orders, and these orders are going to await the data from our database. So here we're going to use our model, which is orders dot we want to find, and we are finding the orders by the user ID that we captured on top, this ID. After getting these orders, then we need to populate our products. So let's go back. Let's write populate first. We need to populate. So let's go back to our model, our order model. So here we have this product ID. We need to populate this product ID. If we retrieve the data, we need to populate them first and send back the data. Send back this data with product data. We are not sending back only the user ID. So first we need to provide a path. So our path is going to be product ID, it's supposed to be product. After that, we need to select the values that we need to send back to with our user data. So we need to select some because we are not going to send everything. So first we're going to get rid of sizes, then out price. We're going to remove description, and we're also going to remove category. After populating, we need to have dots, and then we close it. So we populate this data first, and then we put it in our user order, and then we need to send this user order we need to send this data in our response. So we're going to have response, and our status is going to be 200, and we're going to pass a JSON, and in our JSON we're going to pass back the data. If there's an error, then we need to have a response 500, response status 500, and then here we can just have a message. We can say failed to get orders. To our routes folder, we open the one for our orders, but let's just copy the code from the user, go back to our order, paste the code. So we need the router, and we need orders controller. So we're going to have order controller here, and we need to map it to our orders controller. After that, we need our token, we need our middleware. So that's okay. So it's going to be a get request, and here we're going to use order controller dot get user orders, and let's get rid of the last one. So that's all we need to do here. So let's hook it up to our index.js. We come open our index.js. Let's copy and paste, and let's call it orders. So here we're going to require orders. So let's copy and paste one of the endpoints that we have. So this one is going to be orders, and we're going to use orders routes. So that's all for our orders. We're going to be handling the creation of our orders in our other server, which is going to be our Stripe server. So don't worry about that. We'll take care of that, and I'll let you know when we get to that point. But so far so good. This is what we need in our app server. So the next that we're going to focus on is going to be our cart. So in our cart, we're going to require products model and our cart model. So let's come here and have the one for our product. It's supposed to be product. We want to access our models, and in our models, we want to get products. So let's just copy it, paste it down, and we close it. The next one is going to be for the cart. So what we can do, we can have our cart. And now we need to export the functions that we are going to create. So first, we're going to have the one to add product to the cart. So we're going to say add cart. It's going to be asynchronous, same as the other functions that we created, and we're going to require requests and response. So to add a product to the cart, we require a user ID, and this user ID is going to come from our middleware, from our token. So we're going to have const user ID is equals to a requests dot user dot ID, supposed to be ID. Let's close it. So we have our ID, and now we need to capture the data from our body. So we're going to have const. So in here, we're going to have two parameters, the one for the cart item, and we're also going to have the one for our quantity. So here is going to be a request body, and let's close that. So we are done with that. So down here, let's have our try catch block, since we're going to be working with our database. So we want to create a cart. So const cart is equals to await. So first, when we are creating a cart, we need to check if a cart exists or not. If a cart doesn't exist, then we go ahead and create one. So we are going to have find one, and we are going to find one by the user ID that we have extracted here on top. If cart exists, now we need to check whether the product that we want to push exists in the cart or not. So we're going to have existing product is equals to cart.products.find. So here we have our product. We're going to have our cart item. Okay, so we need to close it here. So we are just checking whether the product that we are pushing from our cart item exists in our cart. If that product exists, then we need to do something. We are not going to add that product, but we are just going to increment the count of that product. So if existing product, then we're going to say existing product dot quantity plus equals to 1. So we are just going to increment the amount of quantity. We're not going to add it as a new cart item. So let's have else. If it doesn't exist, then we are going to push the product to our cart. So here we need to push these two, the cart item and the quantity. And the quantity, let's make it 1 here. We need to await our cart, this cart that we have here, and then we need to save. After saving, then we need to send back response. So it's going to be response status. Our code is going to be 200, and we are going to pass JSON data. So our JSON, when we add something to the cart, we are not going to send back the whole product. We can just tell the user, like, your cart has been updated. So we're going to say product added to the cart. So we need to handle the else statement for this if that we have here. So let's have else. Then we're going to, down here, we're going to create a new cart if the cart doesn't exist. So we're going to have our const first, const new cart is equals to new, and we need to pass the data in here. So first we're going to have our user ID, and then we are going to have products. These products, it's a list, and in this list we have a map, and in our map we are going to require cart item, and we're also going to require quantity. So by default, we are adding quantity as 1. So let's close that. Right below, we need to save this cart. If we create a new cart, we need to save it. So we're just going to await. Let's await new carts, and then we want to save it. Let's close it. And below, we need to pass back the response, and the message is the same. So if we have an error, now we need to handle that error. So let's just copy this response that we have and make some few changes to it. So here is going to be 500. Then we need to pass back the error here. So we are done with our first cart function to add items to the cart. Next, we're going to be working on getting items from the cart and deleting items from the cart. Let's create one function to get items from the cart. So we can say get cart. It's going to be asynchronous. It's going to require a request response. So first, let's capture our ID. So we're going to have this ID. We might as well just copy it from above, paste it here. So we have our user ID. After that, we need to have a try-catch block. We need to be interacting with our database. So in our try-catch block, the first thing that we need to do, we need to have a variable to store the items that we get from our database. So we're going to find a cart by this user ID. So let's just do that. We should have braces, and here we're going to pass the user ID. So now that we have our data, we can send it back in our response. So you can copy the response that we have on top. Let's close this first, paste it down, and here we need to pass back the data that we obtained from our database. So we have our cart. So this cart is this cart. So we find the cart, the whole cart, we put it in this variable, and then we send it to the user. So if we have an error, then we are passing back the error. So let's just go ahead, copy paste. Our last function is to delete a cart item. So let's have delete item, it's supposed to be cart item, which has to be asynchronous. It requires request and response. So let's add a comma up here on top. Our error is gone. So let's work on our function. So to delete a cart item, we need a cart item ID. So here we're going to have const cart item ID. So our ID is going to come from params, request params, and the name is going to be cart item. So here it's supposed to be item. Now that we have our cart item, we can go ahead and have our try-catch block. Let's interact with our database. So we need to put the data of the updated carts in this variable. So we're going to call it updated carts. So first we're going to await our cart, and from our cart we need to find one and update. So first we're going to find a product with the same ID with the one that we've passed in our params, which is this cart ID. So let's go ahead and do that. So we need to find product.id. It's supposed to be products dot underscore ID. Here is supposed to be cart item ID. After that, we need to have pull. So we'll be pulling that from the list. We're pulling the item from the list. So we have products, and we are pulling underscore ID, and the ID is our cart item ID. After that, then we are going to return new, and our new is equals to true. So let's add a comma up here. So here, if not updated cart, then we need to send back a feedback to the user. Like, let's say the product is not found in our cart, the one that we need to pull from our products is not found, then we need to notify the user that, okay, this product wasn't found. So let's go ahead and do that. We need to return the response. So we are going to have a status code, and our status code is going to be 404 since the product is non-existent. So in here, let's pass the message. It's supposed to be message. We say product not found. Let's say cart item here, not product. Cart item not found. Else we're going to return this data, the updated cart. We're going to return it to the user. So we're going to have response.status 200. So status is 200, and we need to pass back the data. So we're going to say JSON, and in here we're going to paste our updated cart, and let's close it. If there's an error, we need to handle the error. So let's go up, copy the error response, and then we need to save. That's all. So next, let's hook our cart to our routes, and then we go ahead and deal with our index.js. In our routes, let's go and open the cart. But first, let's just go to orders, copy, and let's go to our cart. Let's paste it in. So here we need a cart controller. Okay, it's supposed to be cart controller, and here we require a cart controller. So that's everything that we need to do there. So here we need a few more. So the first one is going to be a get. In this get, let's see, cart controller dot get cart. So this one is okay. The next one that we have is the one to add. We need to add to cart. So it's supposed to be post. Let's map it to the correct function. And the last is going to be delete. And we need to delete a cart item. So that's all. Let's save it. Find the cart item. So here we have our cart item, and on get, let's just go ahead and call it find, and then we can save it. For our posts, everything is okay. So let's go back to our index. In our index, let's go ahead and import it. So we're going to have our cut route. So here it's supposed to be cart. Let's save it, and we need to have it down here. So we're going to say cart, and we're going to use cut router. So we can go ahead and run some tests on our cart. If everything is okay, then we can start working on our front end. We want to open our Postman. So let's go ahead, go to our Postman. We need to add items to the cart, get items from the cart, and then delete a cart item. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to come to our cart. So remember, it requires a token. So here we have to log in our user. After logging in our user, we need to copy the token, come back to add cart, then we add the token here. After adding the token, then we can go ahead, input a cart item and the quantity, and then we can just press send. So our item has been added to the cart. So down here, we do the same. We require a token, we put a token, and we are going to send. So this is the item that we just added. So this is the ID, the cut item ID. So if we come, it's ending with 55, it's the same. So when we want to delete this cart, we have to use this ID again, if I'm not mistaken. So let's just go ahead and try it. Cut item not found. So that's not the right ID. The ID that we're using is the ID of this item that we just created inside, the object that we just created inside. So let's just go ahead and do that. So we have deleted the product. Now we don't have anything. If we go back to get carts and run the requests, so we don't have products anymore. So this is all for our API. Next, we're going to be working on implementing this API in our front end with Flutter. Continuation of the UI that we designed before. So we want to transform the UI that we designed before into a fully fledged full stack application. So we designed the backend together. Now it's time to integrate that backend with our front end. So we are going to make some minor changes and major changes in our front end so that it can be a fully fledged full stack application. So to get started, we need to open the folder containing our project. So if you've worked on the project before, then it's a plus to you. But if you're just getting started, then you should go ahead and create the UI, and then you can finish with implementing the backend. So this is our application. We're just going to go ahead and run it. After running it, then we come back and we start making some changes. The first thing that we need to do, we need to install ScreenUtils because we want to wrap our application in ScreenUtils in order for our application to be responsive to different screens. So you need to run the command flutter pub add flutter ScreenUtil. I've already installed, but I'm just going to go ahead and press enter. So I already have the package, so you can go ahead and install it. After installing, you need to come to main.dart. In our main.dart, we come to our material app. So we want to initialize our ScreenUtils. To do that, I'm going to wrap material up first in a builder function, and then I'll make changes. So here we need ScreenUtils. So the builder requires context and a child, so we need to add a child here. After adding a child, our array is gone, so we need to provide some properties. So the first property that we're going to input is design size, and our design size takes size. So we need to provide the width and the height. So our width is going to be 325 and our height is going to be 825. So let's go ahead and add consts, since these values are constants. And down below, we need to add min text adapt. So min text adapt helps us with the text adaptability when you switch devices. So we need to set it to true. So we are done with that part. Let's just come to our entry point and we are going to add consts. Okay, we can get rid of that. We don't need that. So we are done with our main.dart. Next, let's move on and try to hook our API so that we can display these products from our backend rather than using the JSON data that we were using before. ahead and add one more package because we need to get our data from our backend. So we require to have HTTP. So we're going to add Flutter pub add HTTP. After this is done, let's close the terminal. So next we can visit our main page. So we have main.dart. In our main.dart, we can press command and click this page. So this is our main screen. So in our main screen, let's go ahead and visit this bottom navigation bar. So in our bottom navigation bar, we want to get rid of this cart that we have here. We want to protect it. So we'll take it to our profile page. If a user is not logged in, they won't be able to access the cart. And that's the approach that we want to take. So we have our cart here. We can get rid of it. And then we change the index here from 3, from this one from 4, and we're going to make it to 3. So before we save, we need to go back to our main screen. In our main screen, we need to get rid of this page. So let's save our main screen and let's save our bottom navigation bar. So that's what we need. Next, we are going to work on our endpoints, how to get the data from our backend. So let's go ahead and do that. So we need to visit our lib folder. In our lib folder, we need to go to services. In services, we have an additional file. We have this additional file with all our URLs. We're going to be using our URL and all our endpoints to get the data from our backend to our application. So we're going to set everything up and then we go ahead and run our backend. So for now, we're just working without our backend running. When it's time, we'll run our backend and we start getting data from the backend. And one other thing, we are going to also change the sneaker model. So since we're getting data from the backend, the model is going to be different from the one that we have now. So let's go ahead and do that. So first, we open our helper file. In our helper file, we need to import HTTP on top first. So if you haven't installed HTTP, you can just open the terminal. In the terminal, you run the command http pub add HTTP and then press enter. You're good to go. So first, we're going to need to import HTTP and we're going to import it as HTTP. Let's go ahead and close that. So now we have our package. Inside here, we need to create an instance of our HTTP. So we're going to have static var HTTP. This one is supposed to be client.client. So we can go ahead and get rid of this and then we can start creating our endpoint. So first, we're going to need our URL. So var URL is equal to URI.http. So in here, we need to get our endpoints from our URL from our config file. So we require 2, our base URL, and we need our endpoint. So let's go back and visit our config file. So if to make up the whole URL, we require the API URL, that's our base URL, and then we need the endpoint that we need to call. So first here, we're going to require config. It's supposed to be config dot. So we need to import config before starting to use it. So here we need API URL. We add a comma. And then we want to have config.sneakers. That's our endpoint for sneakers. And we close that. So now we have our URL. Next, we need to create a variable for our response. So we are going to await the code that we make. So to make the HTTP call, we're going to use client. We need to get. So in here, we need to provide the URL, and the URL, we already have it on top. So let's go ahead and close that. Response, we need to check if our status code is 200. So we're going to have an if statement, and in here we are going to use the response that we have on top. So we want to check the status code first. If it is 200, then we go ahead and process the data. So we are going to cut this line and put it inside our if statement. So this data is no longer data, but it's going to be response body. So when we get the data from our endpoint, it will be in the body. So we need to get this data, process it, and put it in this value. But that's not all. Next, we need to get male shoes. We need to get men's shoes. Like here we have men's running. We need to get this category only. We don't want to get women's shoes and everything. So let's go ahead and do that. So we're going to create another variable below. So we're going to say var male is equals to, then we take this male list that we have dot, we want to get elements where we want to get a sneaker where this element dot category is equals to the provided string. So our provided string is going to be men's running. So let's go ahead and write that and let's close it. And on return, we want to return this male, but this return is supposed to be inside our if statement and we need to make it to list. So our error is gone. So now we need to handle when this response status code is not 200. So here we're going to have else and we need to throw exceptions. We need to just pass a string. We can say fail to get product and let's go ahead and close it. So now that we have this helper, we can go ahead and copy this and make changes to other requests for female and for kids. And we're going to replace this whole, okay, let's get females. We have to keep the names because we don't want to change everything. We just want to keep these names because we've already used them in our application. So it's better if we keep them like that. So let's just copy what's inside and let's paste. After pasting here, we need to go ahead and change this from men's to women's. So let's just change this name to female. Even if we keep the same name, it's okay. And we're going to do the same for kids. Let's go ahead and check the category name. It's going to be kids. Let's change it below. So this list, we can rename it to kids list. So this one is supposed to be female. So we are done with this part. We are going to have a moment of truth. We're going to go ahead and fire up our backend. So let's go ahead and do that. We need our VS Code and we need to open our backend. So we have our backend here. This is our backend and you need to start the backend. So I'm going to stop the backend first and then start it with you. So we need to run the command npm start. So our backend is running. We need to go back to our Flutter project. So in Flutter, we need to go to services, lib services, then we visit config file. In config file, we need to change our base URL to 3005. Localhost 3005. That's going to be our base URL. That's the only change that we need to make in here. And we need to close it. So let's go to our helper. Everything is okay here. We don't need to change anything. So if we go ahead and open our home page, so let's go to views, UI, let's go to home. So in our home page, we're getting these sneakers. We want to get these sneakers from our backend. So everything here remains the same. Everything remains the same. Let me just make an adjustment here. I'm going to change it to cover. Everything remains the same. So let's go ahead and make one more change before we save our project and get the files from our backend. So our model here, we have to change it to another model, which is like a little bit different from this one. So a file is going to be provided for you and is going to be in a folder with the name extra files. You just need to go there, copy the model and replace the model that we have in our application with the one that is coming from our extra files. Product directory, we have this extra file zip. You can just go ahead, open it, and then you look for this file, sneaker models, and then you take this sneaker file, you go ahead and replace the model that we have in our models for the sneakers. So we're going to replace. So this will be our new model. After replacing, we can just save. So here, if we hot reset our application, our data is now loading from the backend. So let's go ahead and make some changes. So here we need to visit our home widget. In our home widget, here we have this circular progress indicator when the data is loading. So we need to change it a little bit. we're going to make it adaptive, and let's get rid of the center of the const. We need to put it in the center, and let's put const. So if we save and refresh, we have this kind of circular progress indicator, not the blue one. So we can do the same for the latest shoes. So let's just copy this. So these are our latest shoes, and we need to replace this circular progress indicator. Let's just go ahead and do it manually. So we are going to put it in the center, remove consts, and we want to make it adaptive. Let's add consts. So let's refresh our application. Yes, now that's okay. Now we're getting our data from the backend. So let's go to women. So remember when we created that project Flywire, this is the product that we're getting from the backend. So we are done with this part. The next part that we want to take care of is when we click this product tile, we need to send the data that we get to the next page so that we can be able to display it in our product details page. So let's go ahead and do that. Product details page. When we click on show all here, we're getting our data from the backend. So we need to change the circular progress indicator for that page. So let's go back to our home. In our home, we need to look for the show all. We need to look for this button. So it must be in the home widget. So this is the show all button. So when we click, we are redirected to the product details page, product by category. So let's go ahead and open that page. Here we're getting our data, everything is okay. So we need to take care of the circular progress indicator. So let's go ahead and open latest shoes. So this is the circular progress indicator that we are looking for. So let's just repeat it around a center. After the center, then we add dot adaptive. So let's remove const here, and we add it before the center. So if we go ahead, click, then we have our circular progress indicator, adaptive circular progress indicator in the middle of the screen. So everything is going accordingly. So right now, let's close this latest shoes. Let's close product by cart. We need to go to this home widget. In the home widget, we have our product cart. We have our product cart. So when we are pushing to the product cart, here we're going to require the object, a sneaker object, not these two. So we have to get rid of these two and put an object. If we send an object, then we're going to access that object in our product details page, and then we can display all the data that we need to display. Just press Command and click on the page. Once you're in the page, you need to get rid of these two finals on top, and we need to create one with the name final. It's going to be of type sneakers, and we're going to call it sneakers. And let's close it. We need to add it to our formal parameters. So let's go ahead and do that, and we need to get rid of these two. So let's get rid of this function that we have above, and we want to get rid of this let future sneakers. So all the errors that we have, we are just going to go ahead and try to get rid of them so that we can have a successful integration. So here we have a future builder. Since we're getting our data straight from the product, when we click the product, we're sending the data. We don't need the future builder. So what we're going to do, we're going to remove the future builder. So we need to start from this consumer. So let's go ahead, close it, and we're going to cut it. After cutting it, we need to look for this future builder. So we're closing this future builder here. So we need to come and then just paste our widget. So now we need to work on all these errors that we have. So let's go ahead and do that. So starting from here, we're going to press Command D and select all the places with sneaker. We want to, this one, we don't want it. So let's just go ahead and start again. Okay, I guess that's all. So here it's going to be sneakers. And right at the beginning, we're going to add widget. So now we have our data coming from the data that we passed from the product card. So let's go ahead and check the other errors that we have. So here we have widget ID. So we want to change it to widget.sneakers.id. Same as for this part. So our errors are gone. Let's get rid of this. So now let's go back to our home widget. In our home widget, we need to get rid of this these two parameters that we have, and we have to pass sneaker, and our sneaker is going to come from this shoe object that we created here. So we can just copy this and we can paste it here. So our error is gone for that part. Let's go ahead and check for the other errors that we have below. So we need to do the same for this part too. We need to replace sneakers. So it's going to be shoe. So this shoe is the shoe that we have here. So we don't have errors in our home widget. So let's go to our latest shoes. So we can just open latest shoes. We're going to do the same. So we're going to have sneakers, and these sneakers are coming from the shoe. So we are going to just write shoe. So our errors are gone. So let's just go ahead and reload our application. And while it's reloading, let's open our terminal and open problems. In problems, we don't have anything. We don't have any errors related to the changes that we've made in our debug console. Let's wait. Okay, let's see whether the changes that we've made have been successful or not. That's good. So now the data that we passed, we are receiving it here. So that's okay. So we are done with this product page. We want to make a few changes to our sizes here and to remove this and push this heart, the favorite button, a little bit up to the top. Let's visit our product page. In our product page, we need to scroll down. We need to go to this choice chip. So this choice chip is in this list view builder. So we have this. We need to get rid of this shape that we have. So let's go ahead, get rid of the shape, and we need to reduce the size. Let's reduce the size to 16. So now our choice chip is a little bit circular than before. Everything is working fine. So we're done with that part. Next, let's move on to this positioned widget. So we're in a stack. This is a positioned widget. We need to play around with this positioned widget so that we can move it up to the top. So let's go up in our scaffold. We are still in our product page. We need to come to our sliver app bar. In our sliver app bar, we need to get rid of this ellipsis horizontal. So let's save. So now we need to push this favorites icon a little bit up to the top. Let's go ahead and look for it. So this is our favorites. We need to change these properties. So first we're going to have top, and let's make it 56. We want to use screen utils in here. So we're going to make it H, and we want to have right. So our right is going to be 20.w. So let's save it. So our favorites is way up to the top. So this is good. So let's just go ahead and add this product to our favorites. So if we go to our favorites, then we have the product up on top. Of having this position widget, we want to move this gesture detector way up where we used to have like our ellipsis widget. So we have to close it here. After closing it, we want to go ahead and cart this gesture detector. We get rid of this positioned widget. Let's save. So we don't have our icon. We go to the top in our sliver app bar. We come below this gesture detector because we're in a row, so we can put them side by side. So we paste the code here and we save. After saving, we need to change the color to black. So here, this is our icon. We need to have color, the color property. It is going to be colors.black. So let's go ahead and put the color for the other widget. So now our icon is now black. So we are done with that part. On our requests for our search page. So we work on our request first, and then we move on to work on our UI design because we haven't designed it as yet. So let's go ahead and do that. So we need to go to our lib folder. In our lib folder, we need to go to services. In services, let's open our helper. So in our helper, we need to get rid of all this. We don't need them anymore. Let's see. On that one we need it. We don't need these ones for single products, so we are going to get rid of them. So we need to create one more request down here. So it's going to be a future, same as the one that we created on top. So we can as well just copy. Let's just copy that, paste, and then we can make some changes. So this one we're going to call it search. So our search requires a key. As we said before, we need a key to search for a product, and our key, we're going to call it search query. So here we need our URL. So our URL is going to change from sneakers. We're going to require search, and we need to concatenate it with this key, with this search query. So we come here, we select it, and then we're going to put it in braces. So let's put the H in. After putting it in braces, we need to put a $sign, and we need to select these two, and we need to put them in a string. So after this brace, we need to add our search query. So we're going to put a $sign, and then we have our search query. So this would be our URL. So we are taking the base URL, and we are taking the search endpoint, and we are taking the key which is being passed in our search query, and we are passing it to our requests, and then we get our response back. So right now we need to handle our response. So everything else here is going to remain the same, but we just need to get rid of this line because we are getting everything. So this kids list, we can change it to results, and then we get these results, we pass them back, we return them, and we get rid of this list that we have here. So that's all that we need to do to make a search request. Okay, so right now let's go ahead and create our search page. The first thing that we need to do, we need to go back to our lib folder. In our lib folder, we need to go and visit our UI, views UI, and we're going to open search page. So we can close these other windows for now. We will reopen them if we need to use them. So here we have a scaffold and we have this title. So we have to change. And before we change, let's go ahead and have our app bar. So now we have our app bar right at the top. So we need to give this app bar a color. It has to be black instead of blue. So we're going to have a background color. So it's going to be colors.black. We want to remove the elevation. So we need to set it to 0. We want to remove this shadow that we have. We don't want it. So by setting elevation to 0, then that black color is gone. We need to give it a height. So we're going to use one of the properties from our app bar called toolbar height, and we need to give it a height of 100, and we need to use our screen utils. So we're going to say .h because we need to put a custom text field here for search. Next, we're going to disable the automatic imply leading. We have to set it to false. We don't want to have a back button. So let's go ahead and have our title. So our title takes a widget. So here a title is a widget. So we can use any widget that we want. So we're going to have a custom field. So this custom field will be provided for you in this zip folder. We're not going to make it in this tutorial. It's going to be provided for you. So once you get the files pertaining this project, you open this zip file and you get all the widgets and put them in shed. So you have to put the widget in this shed folder. So this is the widget that we are using right now, the custom field. So our custom field requires hint text. So let's go ahead and have a string, like search for a product, and we need a controller for our text field because it's a text field. So we go up to the top. We're going to have a text editing controller, and we have to give it a name. It has to be search. So here it's supposed to be text editing controller. Then we close it. So we are going to replace this controller with this search that we have here. So let's go ahead and do that. So our controller is working. So we have some other parameters that we need to take care of. So here, since it's a text editing controller, let's go ahead and open it. So here we have on edit complete. We need to use this property on edit complete. Then we need to set state. So let's go ahead and just set state. So that's our text editing controller right on top. So we need to have a prefix icon and a suffix icon. So let's go ahead and have our prefix icon first. So our prefix icon is a widget also. So let's hover over it. It's of type widget, so we need to provide a widget in here. So we're going to use a gesture detector because we want to, if we click on it, we want to perform some kind of action. So we are going to have a gesture detector. In our gesture detector, we're going to have on tap. On tap, then we have to do something, and we are going to use the child property. In our child property, we need to provide an icon. So we're going to use icon, and we're going to use an icon from Flutter Vector Icons. So we're going to use InDesign. And the icon that we're going to be using on this one is camera. So let's save it. So now we have a button, a camera here. If you can click, it's clickable, but we don't have anything here. So it's okay like that. Let's give it a color, and the color has to be black. So colors.black. So right now we need a suffix icon on the other end. So we can just copy this prefix icon, and down below we need to paste it, and we need to change this to suffix icon. Let's save. So we have our suffix icon, but we need to change the icon. So we need to have a search icon. So in our suffix icon on press, we just need to set state. We need two options. If this search has text, then we need to display something else. If it is empty, then we need to display something else. So let's go ahead and have the condition. So here we're going to have our search, and we need to get the text, and we need to check whether if the text is empty, then we need to display something here, else we are going to display something else. So let's leave it like this for now. Down below, let's just have an empty container. So let's deal with this widget first. So if it is empty, we want to just return an image. So we are going to get rid of this. We're going to get rid of the center that we have here. Instead of getting rid of it, let's just say container. And we need to give this container a height. And we're going to give it a height of 600. And in the child, we want to provide a text. Not a text, but we want to provide an image. And this image is going to come from our assets. And we have to provide the string, the path. So let's go to our images. We have this post 23. That's the image that we want to use. So we're going to say assets / images / then here is supposed to be post23.png. So now we have this image, but we have to position it in the right way, like in the center. So we need to have a margin, and we're going to have a margin of agencies only, and we want to manipulate the right side, and in the right we are going to give it a margin of 50. So now it's a little bit at the center, and we need to give it a padding. So our padding, we're going to use agencies.o, and we have to give it a padding of 20. Let's give this .w since it's the right. Okay, so we are done with that part. Next, we're going to be focusing on this container. If we have entered the text here, then we should be displaying something, a future builder with the data that we're getting from our backend. Remove this container. We want to have a future builder. So we're going to have a future builder. Our future builder requires a builder and a future. So let's just bring this down. So first we require a future, and this future builder is going to be of list sneakers. And our future builder, in our future here, we are going to access our helper, and we want to run a search, and we have to provide a search query. So if you visit our search, we require a parameter here. So this is the parameter that we have to provide when we are calling our endpoint. So like this one is going to be this search controller's text. So let's go ahead and do that. So in here, we're going to have search.text, and we're going to need a builder. So our builder, it has to be context and a snapshot, and we need to return something. So in here, we are going to check different scenarios. If we have received the data, whether we're still waiting for the data, whether the data is empty or not. So we need to have all those kind of scenarios. And then if we have the data, we can display something. We can display a list of the data that we are getting from our backend to check whether our data is loading or not. So we're going to use our snapshot here. Snapshot dot connection state is equals to connection state dot waiting. If it is waiting, then we need to display a circular progress indicator. So here we're going to have our return. So let's have our center. In our center widget, we're going to have a child, and our child has to be a circular progress indicator, and we're going to use adaptive. So let's add const right at the top. That's our first. Let's have else if. So here we're going to have snapshots. If our snapshot has error, then we need to display something. So we're going to display a text. So we're going to use reusable text widget, and we have to provide a string. Let's say error retrieving the data. Let's give it a style, and this style we're going to use our app style. So let's give it a size of, let's say 20, and let's give it a color. So we want to make it black. So colors.black, and we have to make it bold. Let's close that, and we need to put it in the center. So let's go ahead and put it in the center. So we're done with that part. We're going to have another else if. We're going to have else this time. We want to do something if we have the data. So right on top here, before this else, we need to have else if. So here we want to check the snapshot whether it's empty or not. So here it's going to be snapshot.data dot is empty. So here we have to put a null checker. If our snapshot is empty, then we need to display something. So here we're just going to copy this text that we've written on top, paste it down, and here we are going to say product not found. Otherwise, we are going to return something else. So here on this else if and this other else if, we have to include return. So let's do that before we forget. So if we have the data, now we need to return the data. So we're going to return a list view builder. Our list view builder takes a builder and an item count. So our item count is going to be the data that we get in this snapshot. So let's copy the snapshot. Before we return the data, we want to create final shoes. Let's say shoe is equals to snapshot.data. So here we copy our shoe, we put it here, and we need to have the length of that the value. So we have to add the null checker here to get rid of the error. And in our list view builder, we're going to require context and index. Instead of returning an arrow function, let's return something here. For starters, let's just put a container and let's close it. Let's close it here also. So our errors are gone. So right now we can just go ahead and work on this widget that we want to display if we have the data. We want to have a gesture detector. So we want to tap, if we search for something and it comes here, we want to tap on it and be redirected to our product page. So let's have on tap function. So in our on tap function, we have to navigate to product page. So we're going to push. So we require a material page route. So in here, we require context and we have to write the name of the page that we want. So our page is going to be product page. So here we have to push with this shoe that we have here. Okay, it's not this shoe, so let's call this shoes and replace it here. So when we get items from this snapshot, we are pushing them to the list view builder, and down here after our item builder, we're getting items one by one. So we want to get one item from the list, and then that's the item that we're going to push to the product page. So we're going to have another final here. Let's just call it shoe is equals to our snapshot, and then in here we want to have index. So this is the shoe that we're supposed to push to the next page, and it's of type shoe. It's of type sneakers. At the same time, we want to push our shoe sizes to our provider. So we require a provider right on top. So let's go ahead and import our provider. Let's give it a space here so that everything can be visible. So here we're going to have var product provider. So we need to import provider, and we need the object that we are going to assign to this. Here is going to be product provider. The name is product notifier, and let's close this. So we need to use this product provider in our gesture detector. So we have our shoe sizes, and we need to push the shoes dot sizes. So we are done with this part. Next, we're going to focus on the child of this gesture detector. This is the widget that we're going to be displaying when we run a search. So let's have a child, and our child, we're going to wrap it in a padding, and let's give it a padding of agencies.all, and it's going to have a value of 8. Let's use our screen utils. So our padding takes a child. In our child, we're going to have a clip rect. We want to give it a border radius. So we're going to use border radius.all, and in here, we're going to use radius.circular. We want it to have some rounded corners, and we're going to give it a radius of 12. Let's go ahead and have another child, and our child is going to be a container. Container, we need to give it a height. Let's give it a height of 100.h. We want to give it a decoration, and we need box decoration. So we're going to put all the designs that we need in this box decoration. A box decoration comes with a lot of properties, and we can utilize them to manipulate how our container is going to look. But before we continue, we proceed, let's go ahead and have our width right at the top. So our width, we said, is 325. So let's go ahead and have 325 here. If there's any need for change, then we can go ahead and do that a little bit when we are displaying our container. So in decoration, we need a color. So first, we're going to have a grayish color, but we have to make it a little bit lighter. So we're going to use gray.shade. So we need to give it a shade of 100. After that, let's go ahead and have a box shadow. We need our box to have some kind of shadow outside. So box shadow takes a list. So in our list, we require box shadow again. So we want to give it a color. So here we're going to have colors.gray, but we want to give it a darker shade this time. Let's give it a shade of 600. 500 will do. So let's go ahead and do that. After that, we need to give it a spread, how it's spread out. So we're going to use the spread property, and we want to give it a radius of 5. Let's give it a blur. So we don't want it to be all visible. We need to make it a little bit blurry. So we're going to use blur radius, and our blur radius has to be 0.3. And let's give it an offset. Like, how is it going to be positioned? So our offset here is going to be offset. So we need to give it a 0, and on y-axis we need to give it 1. So we are in a container. A container takes a child. So we want to give a child to this container, and our child is going to be a row widget, because we want to align widget from the right to the left, or from the left to the right. So first, let's give it main axis alignment, and it has to be main axis alignment space between. After that, let's go ahead and have our children. So our first child is going to be a padding widget. We want to have an image, but we want to wrap it around a padding widget. So we're going to give this image a padding of 12 on all ends. So we're going to use edgeinstance.all, and the value that we're going to give it is 12. Let's say .h. So let's go ahead and have our image. So for our image, we're going to use cache network image. So our URL is going to come from this shoe that we have here. So we're going to say shoe dot. We need to access this list string. So this is a list string. So we need to access the first object, the first item of that list, and we need to give it width and height, our image, that is. So we need our width, and we're going to give it a width of 70. Let's put .w, and we need to give it a height, and we're going to give it a height of 70 also. It has to be a square. So we are done with that part. Next, let's have fit. We want our image to cover the whole box that we created here, this 70 by 70. So we want our image to cover that box. So we're going to have fit, and for fit, text box fit. And in our box fit, we're going to use cover. We want to cover everything. So let's save that. So this is our image. This is our padding. So right below our padding, we need to have another widget. So we're going to have another padding widget, and we're going to have edgeinstance.only. We want to manipulate the top, and we have to give it a top of 12. And we want to manipulate the left, and we want to give it a left of 20. So for top, we're going to give it an H. So our padding takes a child. So we're going to have a child, and our child is going to be a column. Our column takes main axis alignment. Let's use cross axis alignment. So we're going to have a cross axis alignment dot start. We want everything to start from one side. We don't want them to be in the center. So let's save this and try to search for something. So we created an item when we were creating our REST API. So we want to search for that item because we want one item to be returned. We don't want to return a lot of things. So this is our image here, and this is our tile, the one that we are creating. Let's go ahead and try to manipulate this height a little bit. We need to make it smaller. Let's make it 90. Okay, that will do. So let's continue. Our column text children. So in our children, we're going to have a text. So we're going to use reusable text widget. So our reusable text takes a string and then a style. So our style is going to come from app style, and we have to give it a size of 16, and the color has to be black. So we're going to say colors.black. For our font weight, we're going to use a stronger font. So let's give it W600 for now. And this string, we have to get it from the data that we are passing to this. So to this widget. So here we're going to have our shoe, and we want to pass the name of the item. So still in our column, we want to have a size box, and let's give it a height of 5. After our size box, we require another text, and this text is going to be for the category. So we can copy this reusable text widget that we have on top, and we paste it down below, but we need to add a comma first. Let's paste it down. So here we need to display our category. So we're going to say shoe.category, and we need to make this text a little bit smaller. So we're going to use 13, and for the color, we're going to use gray, and we have to give it a shade. Let's give it a shade of 600. So let's go ahead and search for something. We're still going to search for Flywire. So we have our title on top, and we have our category. So below our category, we want to have another row. In this row, we are just going to have another text. We want to display our price. So let's have another size box, and we want to copy this reusable text widget also. So let's paste it down. Let's add const on our size box. We want to get rid of the complaining lint. So down below, we're going to have our size, our price. So we need to concatenate it, put it in a string. So here it's supposed to be price. So if we search for the product again, then we have our price below. So we need to push this whole column right next to our shoe here, right next to our shoe, and leaving space here. So let's go ahead and do that. To push this column right next to this image, what we're going to do, we're going to wrap them in a row. So we're going to select them both, and we're going to wrap them in a row. Let's save them. So let's go ahead and run a search and see whether we have the desired results. Okay, like that. That's what we need. So right now, let's try to reduce this size from 20. Let's reduce it to 10. Let's go ahead and run a search and see the changes. Okay, so it's a little bit closer. So that's okay. We can leave it like this. So if we click on this product, then we are sent to the product. So we are done with our search. Next, we're going to be focusing on our profile page. We have to design our profile page and get the data from our backend, display it, as well as protecting some of our functions. For example, favorites, we have to protect them. A user has to be logged in order to add favorites. A user has to be logged in to access the cart or to even log into the cart. So we're going to give a user access to use the application without logging in. But when it comes to certain tasks, like you want to add something to the cart, or you want to add something to your favorites, like for example, now if you add to the favorites, then you can just add with no problem. You have your product here. We don't want that. We want to protect everything. If a user clicks, then they are sent to the login page if they're not logged in. If they're logged in, then they can go ahead and use that functionality if they're not logged in. So let's go to our lib folder. In our lib folder, we're going to visit UI. Let's create a new file, and we're going to call it non-user.dart. So we want to create a stateless widget. Let's just call it non-user. We need to import material. So here we're going to return a scaffold. So in our scaffold, we require an app bar. In our app bar, we're going to have a background color. So our color is going to be a hex color. So it's going to be 0x. It's going to be white. So let's add const to it. So what we need to do, let's hook it up here in our bottom navigation bar so that we can see the changes that we are making. So if we come to our main screen and replace this profile with this non-user screen, then it will be rendered. So here we have our app bar. So we want to go ahead, get rid of the elevation, and then we can continue with our design. So in our app bar, let's have our elevation, and we need to set our elevation to 0. We're going to require leading. So in our leading, we require an icon. So we're going to need material community icons, and these ones are going to come from our Flutter vector icons, and the icon that we need to put is a QR code. So right now it's not visible. So we need to give it a size and a color. So let's start with the size, and we're going to give it a size of 18. Let's go ahead and give it a color. Here it's supposed to be 18. Let's go ahead and give it a color, and the color has to be black. So we're going to say colors.black. Let's save it. So we have our QR code here. We need a QR code scanner. So it has to be like that. Let's add const. Let's just format a code a little bit. So on the other end, we need our actions. So we're going to have actions. In our actions, we're going to require a gesture detector. So for this gesture detector, we're going to require onTap function. So we're going to pass it as an empty function, and we're going to require a child. So our child is going to be a padding widget. So we're going to give it a padding only to the right. So we're going to say edge inserts dot only, and we need to manipulate the right side, and we need to give it a padding of 16. After that, our padding takes a child. So we need to have a child in here, and our child is going to be a row. So our row takes children, and we need to give this row cross-axis alignment. So our cross-axis alignment is going to be dot center. Let's save it. Now we need to focus on the children. So our first child is going to be an SVG picture. So for us to use SVG pictures, we need to install one package. So let's go ahead, open our terminal. In our terminal, we need to run the command flutter pub add, and we are going to install flutter svg underscore svg. I already installed the dependency, so you can go ahead and install the dependency if you don't have it. So next, let's have our svg picture. It's going to be svg picture.asset. Here is supposed to be picture. So we need to import. So we need to provide a string, a path to our SVG image. So here we want to access our assets, and in our assets we need to access images. So let's just go ahead and open our images. We need to have this USA SVG. So let's go ahead and have USA.svg. So we have our flag here. So we need to resize it a little bit. We need to give it a width and height. So still in our SVG. So let's go ahead, give it a width, and we're going to give it a width of 15. Since it's width, we have to say .w, and we need to give it a height. Let's go ahead and give it a height of 25. So let's save. It should be a little bit smaller. That's exactly what we need. Provide a little bit of space from this flag to our next widget. So let's go ahead and do that. We're going to require a size box. So let's take it down one line below. So we're going to have a size box, and in our size box we want to give it a width. Let's give it a width of 5. Down below we need a container. So this container, we have to give it a height and a width. So first we're going to give it a height of 15. We want to create a line that divides the map and the other icon that we're going to put on the other end. So let's give it a width, and we're going to give it a width of 1, and we're going to give it a color. It has to be gray, so it has to be colors.gray. So let's save it. So we have this line. This is the line that we just created. So after this line, we need to have a text. So we're going to use our usable text widget. So we need to provide a string. So here is going to be USA, and we need to provide style to it. So we're going to use app style, and we're going to give it a size of 16, and the color has to be black. So it has to be colors.black, and our font weight is going to be normal. So here we can just space it a little bit so that we can have that space. So this is like the country. So if you take someone's location, you can put their country here. So we need another size box, and then we can put another icon. So our size box, we have to give it a size of 10. After this size box, we're going to have a padding. So here we have to use our edge inserts, and we want to use dot only. We want to manipulate the bottom part, and we have to give it a 4. So our padding takes a child, and this child is going to be an icon. So we have to have our icon here. It's going to be a simple line icons, and we need to have settings. So we need to pass the color. So it has to be colors.black. Let's give it a size. We have to make it a little bit smaller. So we're going to go with the same size that we gave the other icon. Our size is going to be 18. Let's save it. On our padding, we have to add const to get rid of the error. So we are done with that part. Next, we are stepping in we are going to work inside our scaffold. Body. So our body is going to be a single child scroll view. So we want to make it scrollable. It's not going to occupy the whole screen, but just for good practices, we're going to use single child scroll view, and we are going to give it a child, and our child is going to be a column. In this column, we have to give it children, and our first child is going to be a container. Let's give container a height, and we want to give it a height of let's give it a height of 800. Let's make it 750. .h. So just for testing, we're just going to set a color. We can go with teal. It's okay. So it's okay like that. So we can get rid of this color, and then we can continue working on our widget. So let's give it a decoration. For decoration, it requires box decoration. So in box decoration, we're going to have color, and it has to be colors.white. So here we want to make it uniform. Our app bar and our scaffold, we want to make it uniform. So the color has to be white. So let's go ahead, give a child to our container. Our child is going to be a column. In this column, we are going to require padding. First, we need to pass children. So our first child in our children is going to be a padding. So let's take it down. So our padding is going to be agencies dot left, top, right, bottom. So let's give it a 12 to the left, a 0 to the bottom, a 0 to the top. It's supposed to be 10. And let's give it 16 to the right and 16 to the bottom. Let's save it. So our padding takes a child. So here we're going to have a child, and our child is going to be a raw widget. So in our raw, we need to pass children. So our first child is going to be another raw widget. So let's just put a row, and then we come back on top. On this row, we need to give it main axis alignment and cross axis alignment. So our main axis alignment is going to be space between, and our cross axis alignment is going to be start. So let's go ahead and work in this other row that we have. So it requires children. So our first child is going to be a size box. So in our size box, we are going to give it a height and width. So we're going to give it a height of 35, and let's give it a width. We're going to give it a width of the same. So here for width, we're going to use .w, and for our height, we're going to use .h. Let's save that. So inside of this size box, we need to display a circular avatar. So inside of our circular avatar, we're going to put a user image. Let's say a representation of our user image. So let's go ahead and have a child, and our child is going to be a circular avatar. So our circular avatar takes background color and background image. So we're just going to use background image, and our background image is going to be from our assets. So here we're going to use asset image, and we need to provide a path. So it's going to be assets/images, and we need to have a user image, and it's a JPEG. So let's go ahead. This image, you can find it in our images in assets. So it's this image that we have here. So this is the image that we were working on. So we have it right here displayed. So we're done with that part. So before we go ahead, let's add const, and let's remove the const on our asset image. Same as for our padding, let's add const. Size box, we want to space this image and the text that we're going to have here. So let's go ahead and do that. So we're going to use a size box, and in our size box we require width, and we're going to give it a width of 8. So we can go ahead and have consts. And down here, we are going to require a reusable text widget. So we need to provide the string of text, and we need to provide the style. So for our style, we're going to use our app style. Let's bring the style down first, and then here we're going to have our app style. So first, let's give it a size of 12, and we're going to give it a color, and the color has to be a lighter color. Let's go with colors.gray, and our font weight, it has to be normal. So here we are going to say, hello, please log into your account. So we have our text here. So let's wrap this in a column, or let's just wrap it in a padding. We want to manipulate the bottom part. So we're going to use agencies.only, and we want to manipulate the bottom. So we need to push it up a little bit. So right after this padding, we're going to require a gesture detector, and in our gesture detector, we're going to require onTap function. For now, we're going to pass it as an empty function. So in this gesture detector, we want to create a button whereby if a user is not logged in, they have the option to go to the login page. So here, right on top, it's supposed to be your account. Let's capitalize the Y. So, just a detector, let's pass a child first. So our child is going to be a container. So let's reload our application. For our margin, so our margin has to be agencies dot only. We want to manipulate the top. So here we're going to say top, and we're going to have a value of 5. After that, let's go ahead and have our width and our height. So we're going to give it a width of 50, and we're going to use our screen utils, and let's go ahead and give it our height. So it's going to have a height of 30. After that, we need decoration. So decoration, text box decoration. Box decoration, we require a color. So our button is going to be black. So it's going to be colors.black. And we also require a border radius. So for border radius, we're going to use border radius.all. And our radius is going to be radius.circular, and we have to give it a radius of 12. So let's go ahead, save it. So that's our button there. So we need to make it a little bit more circular. So to do that, let's go ahead and increase this radius to 20. So our container takes a child property. So in our child property, we want to have a center widget, and our center widget takes a child also. So our child is going to be a reusable text widget. So we might as well go up on top, copy this reusable text widget that we have here, paste it down, get rid of the extra comma, and we have to provide a text for our button, and our text is going to be login, and we have to change the color from gray to white. So we need to push this button to the end. Let's come on top. Let's remove this, so it has to be on the center, so we can get rid of this padding, the padding around our usable text widget. So let's remove it, leave it like that. So we need to push this button right to the end here. So let's just close it first. Let's cut it from here, and we need to put it right after this row that we have. So it's going to be outside of the row, and let's add const everywhere to get rid of the complaining lint. So our button is here. So what we need to do, we need to navigate when we click this button. So we're going to have our navigator. So on navigate, on click, we need to push another page. And here we need a material page route, and it requires context, and we're going to push the login page. So we don't have this page as yet, so we can go ahead and create it. So let's close this first. After closing, we need to go to our directory lib folder, and we need to go to views, UI. In UI, we need to create a new folder, and we're going to call it Auth. So in Auth, we need to create a new file, and our file is going to be login.dart. So in our login, then we need a stateful widget, and we're going to call it login. Let's import material. So it's going to return a scaffold. So let's go back to our non-user. In our non-user, let's import this page. Let's add const. So if we click, then we are redirected to the login page. We don't have anything as yet. We'll go ahead and design it a little bit later. Go to our folders. In our folders, we want to visit main.dart. So in our main.dart, in our material up, theme data, we want to add this scaffold background color. We don't want to change each and every time that we want to have a background color. So we should just set it here so that it can be uniform. We want it to be uniform with the color that we put down here. So next, we're going to copy this color, and we're going to change the color of this app bar and the container. So let's go back to our non-user. So in our non-user, we have our app bar, and our app bar has a background color. So we need to replace this color with the color that we just copied. Let's get rid of const. So now it has a different color. Now we need to change the color of the container. So we have our container here, and our container has a color. So we need to change this color. So let's go ahead, paste this color here, get rid of the const. So right now we need to make this text a little bit darker. So instead of gray, we're going to use gray.shade, and we give it a shade of 600. Now it's a little bit visible on our profile. So to do that, let's go ahead and visit our lib folder views UI. We want to go to our main. So in our main, we need to change this to profile and save. Okay, so here we can hot reload. So right now we have our profile. So in our profile, we need to have the same app bar as the one that we created for the non-user. So what we're going to do, we just need to come here and copy the whole app bar and go to our profile. In our profile, we have a scaffold. We're going to paste, and we need to import SVG. We need to import screen utils and all these missing widgets. So we have our usable text widget as well as our Flutter vector icons. So let's save. So now we have our app bar on top. Right below, in our body structure is going to be similar but with more items. So let's go ahead, get rid of the body that we have, go to non-user. So we have this body that we have here. We just need to copy this body, go back to our profile. In our profile, we're going to paste. Let's get rid of the errors. Okay, we need an extra bracket and we need to close it. And this, we need to get rid of this gesture detector. No, we don't need to get rid of it. Let's just get rid of this on-tap function that we have, the navigation that we have in our on-tap function. Let's save it. So our usable text, this text, on this text, we should have the email as well as the username. So we should wrap it in a column. So our column, we have to give it a cross-axis alignment. So it's going to be cross-axis alignment dot start, and we need to have two widgets, one for the username and the other one for the email. So let's go ahead and do that. So now we have two texts, one on top and one below. So here, for starter, we're just going to say username, and let's change the color to a darker color. We're going to give it a black color. So here it's going to be .black, and below we need an email. So all this data, we're going to get it from our backend. So an email, we need to change the color to black as well. And we need to get rid of this button. We need to put an icon. So we're going to have this gesture detector. And after this gesture detector, the child has to change from this container to an icon. So let's get rid of this container. And here we're going to have an icon. And our icon is going to come from Feather font family, and it's going to be edit. So we have to give it a size, and the size has to be 18. So it's right at the top. We need to put it down a little bit. So let's wrap this gesture detector in a padding like that. That would be okay. So we need to come to our container, this container that we have in here. We need to change the size of the container. So we have our app bar. So let's close our app bar, this column and this container. So it was like 750. So we need to put it to 60. After changing this container, we need to come right below this container in the column, in the same column, and then we need to have another column. So our column text children. In our children, our first child is going to be a size box and require height. We need to give a space between this widget that we have and the next widget that we're going to put. So we're going to give it a height of 10. So let's go ahead and have a container. This container is going to require a height. We're going to give it a height of 160. So here is supposed to be .h, and we have to give it a color, and we're going to give it a color of gray .shade. Okay, let's just pick any. So we're going to make it gray .shade. Let's make it 300. 300 is not visible, so we can increase it a little bit to 400. 400 is way too dark. Okay, we need lighter color. That will do. Let's try 100. 200 fits best. So in here, in our container, we require a child, and our child is going to be a column. So in our column, we require children. So before we work on our children, we need to have cross-axis alignment. So our cross-axis alignment is going to be .start. So let's go ahead and work on our children. In our children, we need a tile widget. This tile widget is provided to you in these extra files. So you need to just unzip it, and you take the extra files, you drop it in our views shared folder. Is the one that we have here. So it's wrapping, it is just a widget that's wrapping a list tile. It has got a leading, title, trailing, and some condition. If the title is not settings, then we're displaying this icon. If it is a setting, then we're displaying a flag. So let's go ahead and work. So first, we're going to require this tile widget. So our tile widget requires title and leading. So first, we're going to put our title. So our title, first, we're going to have our orders, and our leading requires an icon. So we're going to say material community, and here we need to display a track. So we're going to have track fast outline. Let's save it. So we have our icon here. So in this icon, we are going to require on tap. So let's put it as an empty function for now, but we're going to put a navigation to the orders. So let's just go ahead and copy it near a comma, and then we paste it one more time. Let's paste it one more time again. So we have our three icons here. We need to just change these icons. So the next one is going to be my favorites. So here, this is my orders. The next one is going to be my favorites. So for favorites, we're going to use hot outline. Let's save it. Okay, so it's going to be like that. Let's go ahead and change the color of the icon to a little bit grayish. We don't want it to be too visible. So to change the color, we can just click on our tile widget. In our tile widget, we have our leading here. So let's make it gray with a shade of 700 will do. So let's leave it like that. Go back to our profile. So now we have my orders, my favorites. The next thing that we need our cart. So we can say my cart. So we are done with this section. So we are going to require another container right after this container, but we need to have a size box first. So let's go ahead and have our size box. So in this size box, we're going to require a height, and we're going to give it a height of 10. Let's go ahead and copy this container that we have on top, and we want to paste it down. Let's add a comma. So it should be like this. So here we'll go ahead and change the names. We don't want it to be the same. So we're going to change the font to Fontisto. And from Fontisto, we're going to require a shopping bag. So we have that icon. So down below, we need to change the height. Let's make the height 130. And let's get rid of one of these tiles that we have so that we can only have two. So the height is a little bit too large. Okay, 110 or 100 will do. Let's go with 100. 100 will do. So here we want to have two different. So here we're just going to say coupons. Let's say coupons, not my coupons. And we're going to have my store. So our icon has to be tag outline. That's for the coupon. It's supposed to be for the coupon, not for the store. Let's just copy, paste it here, and then we need to change the one for the store again. So for my store, we're going to use shopping outline. Okay, so it's going to be like this. Right below this container, let's copy everything, and we need to paste it again. Let's change the height to 160, and let's have another icon. Let's add a comma, and let's change this title to settings. So if it is settings now, we have a flag. So because we have set the condition already in our tile, we won't have this trailing that we have the right arrow. So we need to push settings to the top, and we need to have logout right at the bottom. So here, if we just change the title, then the flag is going to disappear. So we have our logout. Right on top of that, we need settings. And on top of our settings, let's just have a section for shipping address. Okay, let's just put it with a small letter, shipping address. That will do. So we need to go ahead and change the icon, and then so here we need logout. Let's get rid of this shopping outline. Same as for our settings, we're going to use InDesign as well. And here our text has to be settings, setting. For shipping address, we're going to use simple line icons. So our icon is going to be location. So we are done with our icons. Next, let's go ahead and set the routes for each and every function that we're going to implement. So for coupons in my store, we're going to leave them behind. Shipping address as well. But for logout, cart, my favorites, and orders, they're all going to be functional. We're just going to put one file for all, like most of the files we haven't created them. So we can come back, revisit, and change the page a little bit later. So we want to push. So here we require material page route. We're going to take our context, and here we need our page. So for this page, I'm just going to hook it to favorites. And when I create the page later on, when we're working on our orders, then we need to hook it right back. So let's add const. Let's save that. So we can paste that down there. For cart, we already have our cart. So we can have our cart page. We have to remove const. Coupons store, we're going to leave them like that. Address like that, and then logout, we're going to work on it a little bit later. So that's okay for now. So if you press favorites, then we go to favorites. So in favorites, we need to set the back button. Cart, we go to cart, but for cart we already have the button, so we can just press and go back. That's okay. So right now, since we are done working on our profile page, we want to go ahead and work on our login page and registration page. So we are going to hook our login page to one of the pages that we have here, one of the navigators that we have here, and then we can design it. Then we can hook it to the right page a little bit later. So let's take, for instance, my orders. We're going to set it to login so that we can navigate easily, and then we're going to change it a little bit later. So if you press my orders, then we are redirected to the login page. So in our login page, we are going to require an app bar. So let's go ahead and look for our login page. Our login page is in our lib folder, views, and we can find it in Auth. So this is our page. We have an empty scaffold. So in this empty scaffold, we want to create an app bar. We want to have the app bar on top so that we can navigate back. So we have to utilize the property toolbar height, and we have to give it a height of 15, and we want to set the background color. So our color is going to be black. So we're going to say colors.black. So that's our app bar. So we already have our leading. So if you press leading, we can go back. That's okay. We want it to be like that, so we can leave it like that for now. So let's go to our scaffold. This is our scaffold. In our scaffold, we want to change the background color. So we want to make this scaffold black in color. So we're going to go with colors.black. And in our app bar, let's get rid of the elevation. Though we cannot see it here because everything is black, we just want to make sure that we get rid of it. So right now, we want to work on our body, and our body is going to be a container. In our container, we're going to require padding. So our padding has to be edge inserts dot symmetric. We want to manipulate the horizontal side. So we have to give it a horizontal of 20. Let's manipulate the vertical part. And in our vertical, we want to give it a 60. Let's go ahead and give our container a decoration because we want to set an image at the back of the container. So we're going to do it in decoration. So decoration text box decoration. In our box decoration, we're going to require an image. So this image text decoration image. So let's bring this down, scroll up a little bit. So here we're going to have an asset image. For asset image, we have to provide a path. So in our assets, we have an image with the name BG, which is short for background. So let's go to our assets, images. We want to use this image with the name BG. So it's going to be bg.jpg. Let's set const so that we can get rid of the complaining lint. So this is our background image. So we want to give our image an opacity, so we can set it on top in the decoration image. So let's have opacity. You want to give it an opacity of 0.5, like that. Text a child property. So our child is going to be a list view, and our list view also takes children, same as the container. But before we start working on our children, we want to manipulate the padding of this list view that we have here. So we want to set the padding to 0. So let's go ahead and work on our children. So first we need a text right at the top. So here we're going to use reusable text widget. So our reusable text widget requires a text, which is a string, and a style. So our string here is going to be welcome, and let's give it a size. It has to be a little bit bigger. It has to be 30, and the color has to be white. So we're going to go with colors.white, and our font weight is going to be W600. So let's go ahead and save. So we have our welcome. Okay, let's set it at the top. We have to change this vertical from 60. Let's give it a 10. We want to align it with this line that we have here. Okay, 20 will do. After that, we're going to have another reusable text widget below this reusable text widget. So let's add a comma, copy the reusable text widget that we have on top, and we paste another one, and we want to write a message. So it's supposed to be fill in your details to log in. So the size has to be a little bit smaller, and the color is going to be white, and the font weight is going to be normal. Yes, we put it like that. Next, we want to have a size box. We want to create space between our welcome title and our text fields. So right below, we add a comma first, and we're going to have a size box. In this size box, we have to give it a height, and our height is going to be 50. Our text fields. So first, to have our text fields, we need to create text editing controllers. So we need 2 of them right on top. So the first one is going to be for the email, and we need another one for the password. So let's go down below our size box. Let's give it a little bit of space. So here we want to use a custom text field. So this custom text field will be provided for you. You can just get it in this extra files. So let's go ahead. We need to give it a hint text. So hint text for the first is going to be email, and our controller is going to be email. So if we save, then we have our text field right here. So we can copy this and we can paste it below. Let's add a comma. So this one is going to be for the password, and let's change the controller to password. We want to add a little bit of space between these text fields. So we're going to use a size box. So we can as well just copy the one that we have on top, paste it down, and then we're going to change the size from 50. Let's give it a height of 15. So for now, let's leave it like that. But for the password, we need to come back, and then we need to set some other properties, like for showing and hiding our text, and we need to also validate these forms. So let's just focus on creating the button to log in. After that, then we can work on our text comma after this custom text field, and let's give it a size of 10, a height of 10. Let's save, and below here we want to have a text. So we can just copy reusable text that we have on top, paste it down. Let's save it. So we have this text. So here we want to have a register text. So if a person doesn't have an account, they can be able to click on this, and then they can go to registration page. So we want to align it to the right. So let's wrap it around and alignment. So here we're going to say center right. So it's here. So we want to wrap this text that we have in a gesture detector. We want to make it clickable. If a person clicks on this, then we can navigate, we can send them to the next page, which is the registration page. So we have to set navigation here. We don't have the registration page, so we can just go ahead and create it. We can create a new file in our Auth and call it registration. So let's import material and let's just return a scaffold. And in our scaffold, we require an air bar. So the air bar is going to be the same with the one that we have in our login page. This page is almost going to be similar to our login. So we might as well just copy everything that we've written, or we can wait and copy once we are done working on the login page and make some few changes. For now, we can just put like the air bar, import screen utils, and set the background color. So let's go back to our login page. In our login page, let's set the navigation. So here we want to push, and we want to push material page route. So we require context, and our page is going to be the registration page. Let's close it. Let's save. Let's add cons. So if we click on this button, we are sent to the registration page. That's what we need. So let's go back, continue working on this page, and then we can do with that page a little bit later. We're going to require another size box. So let's copy the size box that we have on top. Let's put it down, and we want to change the height. Let's give it a height of 50. If it is way too much, then we can always change. So down below here, we want to create a button to log in. So we're going to have a gesture detector first. So we want to listen to on tap function. And let's give it a child, and our child is going to be a container. So in our container, we have to give it a height. Let's give it a height of 60, and we want to give it a width. So our width is 325. Let's give it a width of 300, and we want to also give it a decoration. So our decoration takes box decoration. So in our box decoration, the first parameter that we require is color. So we want to set the color to a light color. So here, let's use colors.white. Let's make it light white, not this kind of white. So we have this button. Let's push it up a little bit. Instead of it being 50, let's make it 40, up a little bit. So right now we need to add border radius. So we're going to use border radius.o, and we're going to use a radius.secular. So let's give it a radius of 12, and let's make the height of our button a little bit lower. Yes, we give it 55. 55 will do. We want to make it the same size as these text fields that we have on top. So let's add cons. So our container takes a child property, and we want to use that child property to put the text on our button. So we're going to have a child, and our child is going to be a reusable text widget. Before we put the reusable text widget, we have to put the text in the center. So we might as well just put the center, and inside the center, we put the child, and our child is going to be a reusable text widget. And this reusable text widget, we have to manipulate the text a little bit because it has to be appealing and a little bit bigger. So the size here, let's put it to 18, and the color has to be black. So we're going to capitalize our text, and let's make it bold. So that's our text right there. Email custom text field. We want to add a validator, and we also want to add the keyboard type. So if you hover over our custom text field, we have the keyboard suffix icon. We also have this boolean for obscure text and validator. So the first thing that we need the keyboard type. So our keyboard is going to be text input.email, since we are requiring an email, and we need a validator. We need to validate this field before we submit the form. So here, I'm just going to call it email. So inside our validator, we want to have an if statement. So if this text that's provided here, the email string, is empty or it doesn't contain it. So here we're going to say email dot contain, and then we want to put this symbol at. So let's put not before this condition. So if it doesn't contain it, then this form is invalid. If it doesn't contain these two, here we need to return a message to the user. So we want to say, please provide a valid email, and let's close it. So that's for validation. Else, if everything checks out, we're just going to return now. So let's copy this validator. We want to validate our password. So our password is right here. Let's bring this hint text below, controller below, and right after, let's paste the validator. So our validator, we're going to give it a name password. So here we want to set a condition based on the length of the password. So our password has to be at least seven characters. So here we can just say password 2 week, else we're going to return null. Right, let's go ahead and have a suffix icon. So our suffix icon takes a widget. So if you have over, it's of type widget. So first we want to have a gesture detector. We want to be able to make our password obscure and unobscure. So we're going to have on tap, for starters, we're going to set it as an empty function. And down below, we want to have an icon. So our gesture detector comes with a child property. So here we want to have an icon, and our icon is going to come from icons. Okay, that's going to be our icon, but we need to have the login notifier first so that we can be able to trigger the boolean whether to show the password or to hide the password. So once we have that login notifier, now we can be able to set the functionality to change from one icon to the other. If we are showing the password, then we can show the other icon. If we're hiding the password, then we can show a different icon. Our controller. So we come to lib folder controllers. We want to create one controller, and we're going to call it login notifier or login provider. Let's go with provider. So in here, we want to have a class. It's going to have a name, login notifier, and it's going to extend change notifier. So before we even proceed, we want to hook this login notifier we want to hook this provider to our main.dart. So we go ahead, open main.dart. In our main.dart here, we're going to have one more change notifier provider, and we are going to give it a name. That's a login notifier. So right now we can just go ahead and work on our provider without running into an error that we didn't initialize it. So let's go back to our login provider. So first we need a boolean value. So we're going to have bool is obscure. So initially is going to be false. So we want to get this boolean. So to get this boolean, we want to set a getter. So bool get. Let's copy the name that we have on top. Get rid of that underscore. We want to get this private boolean that we have on top is obscure. So now we can be able to get this boolean. At the same time, we want to be able to set the boolean. So we're going to have set is obscure, and the type that we're going to set is a bool. Let's just say new state. So after passing the new state, then we can change this boolean, the value of this boolean, to this new state that we have. And after the change, we want to notify the page or the widget that's consuming this object that there's a change. So we want to have notify listener. So that's all for our obscure texts. For now, let's just leave it like that. Go back to our login page, handle our obscure text, and then we can come and work on more functions in here, more providers. For login page, the first thing that we need to do, we need to come on top of this widget. We need an instance of our provider. God damn it. Now that we're done with our obscure texts, let's go back to our login page. In our login page, we need to create an instance of our login notifier. So we're going to call it auth notifier. So here we want to have our provider, and we have to provide the object that we're consuming. So our object is login notifier, and let's close it here. We have to import provider. So now we have our auth notifier. We can be able to use it. So let's go back here. We want to have obscure text, and the obscure text is going to come from our auth notifier. So in our gesture detector, on press, we have to set this auth notifier.obscure to the opposite, which is not obscure. So let's just put it like that and let's close it. So right here, we want to change icons according to our boolean. If it is true, we show a different icon. If it is false, then we show a different icon. So we're going to have our obscure text. So first, it is false, so it's visible off, or we're going to show icon.visible. Okay, we have to reset our application because we hooked our notifier, but we didn't reset. So after reset, we can come back. So if we write something, now we can be able to hide and show our password. So we are done with that part. Let's just format our code and add counts to these icons. We're just going to copy everything that we have in here, and we are going to have some additional fields for the username. The location, we're not going to pay much attention to it. So let's go to this widget. We want to replace it with the one that we just copied, and we want to import these widgets. So we have to import our app style custom text field, and we have to create text editing controllers right on top. So we are done importing. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to create text editing controllers. So we need about 3 of them. So the first one is going to be for the email. So here is going to be text editing controller. Let's copy it, paste it 2 times. We are going to need a password, and we're also going to need a username. So we have these 2 already, like the email and the password. So if we click on this page, we are redirected to our registration page. So here we can say to sign up for an account. So we want to have another field right on top. So we can copy this custom text field that we have. Let's just copy it with the size box because we need to add a little bit of height between this size box that we just copied and the one that we're going to put on top. So like this, now we have 3. So the first one is going to be for the username. So let's change our hint text to username. And we need to change the controller to username. And we can as well change this validation text to username. So we can get rid of this other condition that we have, a valid username. So let's go back to our login page. In our login page, I've noticed something here. Instead of or, we're going to use and, because we need to check both condition, whether it's empty and it contains, whether it's not empty and whether it doesn't contain the other item. So instead of using or, we're going to use and. Same for this one. We're going to change it to and. So let's go back to our registration. We can do the same for this. So we have our 3 fields and everything is okay. We need to change this text to login. We want to be able to click it and go back to the login page. So we're going to say login. Let's save it. So our navigation is going to be login page, and this is going to be sign up. Okay. So if we click, then we're redirected back to our login page. If we click register, we are directed to our login page, our sign up page, to our backend. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to go to our services folder. In our services folder, we want to create a new file, and we want to call it Auth helper. So in our Auth helper, we're going to create a class, and this class name is going to be Auth helper. So in our class, the first thing that we need our client from HTTP. So we're going to have static var client is equals to HTTP dot client. So right on top, we need to import HTTP. So let's go ahead and push this class down a little bit, and we want to import HTTP, and we are going to import it as HTTP. So if you go ahead and host the server, then you just need to to come back, change your URLs in our config file, and then you change this HTTP to HTTPS. Then you go ahead and do the rest, change all the occurrence of this HTTP to HTTPS. So let's go ahead and create our first request. So to do that, we can just go ahead and copy one of the requests that we have here and make some few changes to it. So let's paste it in here. So the first one that we're going to have is going to return a boolean. So it's going to be a future bool. So we have our URL. Okay, so first let's import config. So we need login URL, and right on top of this URL, we need to have our headers. So our headers are going to be a map string dynamic. It's going to be string, not string dynamic, and we have to give it a name. Request headers, supposed to be headers. So if it is login, here is going to be login. So for our login, we're just going to require content type. So our content type is going to be application JSON. So we are done with our headers. Next, we have our URL already. So in our response, we need to pass our headers. So we're going to have headers, and these are going to be request headers. Since it's login, we're required to have a model. So when we call this function, we need to provide a model. So here we're going to have a login model, and the name is going to be model. So all these models, you're going to find them in this extra file. So you just need to go ahead and copy everything and replace the models folder in the starter code that you're going to have, like from the previous section that we worked on. So in our response, we need to provide the body. So we need to encode our model. So here it's supposed to be a post method, not a get, and the object that we're encoding is going to be a model, this model that we have on top, to JSON. So we are done with that part. Like now, let's focus on our response. If our status is 200, then we need to do some certain things. We need to set some parameters in our shared preference. So we're going to install shared preference. So let's open our terminal. Let's clear it first. So we're going to run the command flutter pub add, and we're going to install shared preference. So if we get our response, the first thing that we need to do, we need to initialize our shared preference. So we're going to have final shared preference. It's taking long to install, and we're going to call it prefs is equals to shared preference dot get instance. We need to get instance of whatever we store in our shared preference, and we need to close it. So now that we're done installing our shared preference, we need to add a wait. Since this shared preference is a future, so we need to wait for it to load. So we're going to have a wait, and then our error is gone. So we need to decode the data that we get from this response body. So first, we're going to take two parameters, the token, and we're going to take the user ID. The user ID, we're not going to use it much, but we're going to use it when we need to create orders. So we're going to have two strings. So the first string is going to be a user token. This token is coming from the login response body. So login models from JSON, and here we have to provide the response.body dot. It's not supposed to be login model, it's supposed to be login response. We have the one for response. So if we come back to our models, we have two models, one for sending and one for getting the data back. So this is our login response model. So we have this ID and we have the token. So we want to take the token first, and then we can take the ID. So let's go back. So here is going to be dot token, and let's close it. So our token is going to be stored in this string. Let's copy and paste. And we want to have another one for our user ID. So here is going to be dot ID. After having these values, now we need to set them to our shared preference. So let's go below. So we're going to await prefs, then we're going to set string. So we need to provide a key, which is a name that we're going to use when we want to get them, when we want to use them. So our key is a string. So we're just going to call it token, and the value is going to be this user token that we have. So let's paste it in here and let's close it. Let's copy it and paste. We're going to have another one for our user ID, and here is going to be user ID. So once this process is done, then we need to return true. Else, if our status is not if our status is not 200, then we need to return false. So we need to get rid of these exceptions that we have, and we need to just return false. So after a successful login, if this is true, then the user is pushed to the correct page, or they can be able to access some other features that are hidden behind the login. So let's save that. Next, let's create the one for sign up. So for signing up, it's going to be a little bit different in the sense that when we are signing up, we are going to require 201 here, since we are creating a new user. So let's just copy this, and we're going to paste it down. So the name is going to be sign up, and we have to change the model here to sign up model. Our header still remains the same, and this model is the model that we get from here, and we pass it to JSON encode. We pass it to our body. Then our response is going to be 201. Remember, it's going to be 201. If you put 200, you're bound to get into an error. You won't be able to sign up a user. So we need to get rid of all this that we have inside our condition. We just need to set it to true. If a user signs up, then we can just return true and send them back to the login page. If it is false, then we need to tell them like, okay, you failed to log in, something like that. So this is all for our sign up. Now we need to have one to get the profile. We are going to copy this request that we made here, and we're going to return it. Let's change the name to get profile. Let's go ahead and open our config file. So it's going to be this one. It's going to be users. Our endpoint is going to be users. So here we can change the name from update profile to get user URL. So let's save it. Let's go back to our auth helper. In our auth helper, we need to change this URL to get user. So when we're getting user, we are not passing anything here. And in our headers, we need to include the token. So our token name is token. And we need to get the token from our shared preference, because here we're setting the token to our shared preference when a user was logging in. So we need to get this token, and then we need to pass it here so that we can get the profile. Let's close the terminal. We don't need a body. So like here, let's just pass an empty string. We are going to replace it. So first here, we need to have our instance of our shared preference. So let's go back to the top. So here we have our instance. We can copy our instance. We can paste it here. So we need to access this prefs, and we need to get token. So we're going to say await pref.getString. And the string that we're getting, we have to provide a key. This key is the key that we set right here on top, which is token. So it's a string by the name token. So here we have to store it in a variable. So it's going to be a nullable string. Let's call it user token. So once we get this token, then we are going to pass it in here. So remember, when we are passing our token, we have to include bearer, and then we have to pass our token. So to do that, we have to have a $, and then we can have our user token here. So we are done with our headers. And right on top, we don't need to return a bool. We need to return the data. So we have a model. In our models, it has the name profile response, profile res. That's the one that we're going to return. So once we put this profile res here, we want to return an object of type profile res. So let's just go ahead and go to our models. We go to profile. This is our profile response. So we're getting the ID, username, email, and location. So let's close it. Our response here is going to be 200. If our response is 200, we want to create a variable with the name profile, and that's where we are going to store the data that we get from our response body. But first we need to deconstruct it. So we're going to use profile res from JSON, and we have to provide the string. So the string is coming from our response.body, and let's close it here. So if we come here and have our overall profile is of type profile res, and here we are returning profile res, so it matches. So if we copy the profile and paste it down, our error is gone. And down here, instead of returning false, we're going to throw exceptions. It's going to be throw. So in here, we can say failed to get the profile, and let's close it. So we are done with this part. Let's get rid of this await. So we are done with this part. Next, let's hook everything to our pages and run some tests. If there are any errors, then we need to visit our auth helper and see whether we can rectify them. Close registration, close profile, non-user, search, helper. We need to close all this. We need our login and our login provider. So the first thing that we need to create a function to validate our form on top. So first, we're going to have a boolean with the name validation. Initially is going to be false. So down below, we are going to create a function. It's going to be void form validation. So in this function, we're going to have an if statement, and we're going to have else. So in our if statement, we need to check if our email is not empty, email.text is not empty, and our password.text is not empty, then we need to set this validation boolean to true. So let's go below. Validation is equals to true. Else, the validation is going to be false. So let's save it. We can copy the name. So let's go to our button, this button, the login button, gesture detector. So on click, we want to validate our form, and we're going to have an if statement. So here we need our validation. Since we validate our form here the first time that we click, when we jump to this if statement, it will have the value from this validation form. So here I'm going to say if validation is equals to true, then we need to go ahead and do something. So let's leave it like that. Else, so here I'm just going to debug print form not validated. We come to validation and we need to change, we need to remove is equals to true. We leave it like this and we have a debug print. And if we don't have data, and then this message will be printed on our debug console. So let's go ahead and click form validated because we have the data. But if we go ahead, come here, remove the data that we have here, then click on the button, then we should be able to see this message. So our form validation is working fine. Next, we're going to just work on integrating our API. In our login provider, so let's go up and click login provider. We need to copy this boolean that we have here. We need to paste it down. So first, when we are processing our data, we need to show that, okay, something is happening. So we need to replace this text with a adaptive circular progress indicator. So to do that, we're going to need a boolean value with the name process. Let's call it processing. And we're going to change all these to processing. So we are done with this part. Next, we need the one for login response bool. So let's just copy, paste. So we need login response. So let's just give it a full name. So this one is for when we log in, we need to set this boolean. And if a user is logged in, we need to change another boolean in our provider to true. So this one is going to be for login and logout to show whether the user is logged in or not. For this one, is going to be a little bit different. So let's go ahead up on top. Let's change the name first. We're going to call it logged in. So initially it is going to be, it's a nullable bool. So if it is not found, it's going to return false. And we need another one with the name response. So let's go ahead, create it, because we want to just finish everything for once. So it's better to create these ones first. So let's go ahead and have response bool. So it's supposed to be a response boolean. Log in our user in our provider. So we're going to have a future boolean, and it's going to have a name, user login. We're going to take a login model, and the name is going to be model. We are going to have an instance of our shared preference. It's supposed to be capitalized. It's supposed to be shared preference. Prefs is equals to shared preference dot get instance. So this one is supposed to be asynchronous, and here we are waiting. So down here, the first thing that we need to do when this button is clicked, we need to set this boolean that we have processing from false to true. So we're going to say processing is equals to true. We are returning a boolean. So we need to create an instance that we're going to store this boolean. So we're going to have bool response is equals to await. So we're going to await this request that we're going to send. So we need to access auth helper, log in, and we have to provide the model. And this model is the model that we are passing here. So we need to close that. After we get the response, then we need to set processing to false. So this processing that we have to set it to false. And this response is the one that we are going to return below. So here we're going to return response. So in here, we're going to have a condition. Let's not have a condition in here. So let's go to our auth helper. So when we log in and get a response 200 here, then we need to set a boolean. So we're going to await prefs.set boolean. We're going to call it is logged in, is logged. So if a user is successfully logged in and that value is going to be true. This is only for a logged in user. We have to set this. So let's go back to our login. Where is this error coming from? Okay, so we have this error. To get rid of this error, instead of just returning this response here, we are going to have, we have our login response bool is equals to a response. So if we come and click on this, so initially is false. So we'll be setting whatever value that we have in here in the response, and then we are going to return this. So our error is gone. Let's get this processing on top here. And after this response, we need to do one more thing. We have this logged in boolean. So that's the one that we're going to use to check whether a user is logged in or not. So here we're going to have logged in is equals to, we want to access our prefs. So in our prefs, we need to get boolean. So we're going to get the boolean with the key. That's the boolean that we set here. So we're going to get this key and the key that we're going to use here, and we need to close it. So if this boolean is not found, then we're going to return false. Or if it is now, like we have to return false. So that means a user is not logged in. This boolean will be false. So that's all for our login. Now we can go ahead and hook this user login to this button that we have here. So we can go to our login page. First, we need to handle our model. So we're going to have a login model is equals to login model. So we have to provide these values. So we have our email and our password. So here it's supposed to be email.text and our password is going to be password.text. So we have our model. After having our model, now we can go ahead and call auth notifier. This auth notifier is the one that we created an instance on top here. So let's go back to our button. In our button, we want to call auth notifier dot. We want to call user login. So we have our model already up on top. So that part is okay. So this is going to return a boolean. So we need to get that boolean. So we're going to have then, or let's just put it this way. Then this value is going to be our boolean that we get from this function. So let's call it response. So once we get that value, we need to do something. So let's close. So we're going to have an if statement. If the response is true, that means the user is logged in. Then we need to navigate to the main screen. So if they're on the login screen, then we need to navigate them back to the main screen. So we're going to have navigator.push. So we require material page route. Our material page route requires context. And here we have to provide the name of the page that we are passing. So it's going to be main screen. So let's close it. So since we are in an if statement, we need to provide another option if something happens. So we're going to have else. So for this one, we're just going to debug print. You can go ahead and handle the error in a correct way. So it's going to be debug print, and we need to print something here. We can just say failed to log in. So if we go ahead and try to log in with valid information, now we can be able to log in or log in. So before you even try to log in, let's go ahead and try to write a function to log out. So we're going to have a logout function. It has to be asynchronous. After that, we are going to require our shared preference. So let's go on top, copy our instance and put it down here. And below, we are going to have our prefs, and we need to remove our keys that we put in our shared preference. So the first one that we're going to remove is the token. After removing the token, we're going to go ahead and remove the user ID. And after removing the user ID, we're going to access our prefs, and we're going to set bool. So we want to set this boolean to false. So it's an extra precautionary step. We don't have to do it, but just to avoid a lot of a number of errors that might occur, then we might just need to take the extra step. So we need to set it to false. After setting it to false, then we need to get it again. So here we're going to say pref.get. After we get this bool, so we have to provide a key here. This is the same key that we're getting here. So let's go ahead and set this one to false. So if it is now, then we're going to provide this value, but this is not all. We need to get it and set it to this boolean that we have on top, the login. So let's just copy. We're going to say login is equals to, so we are going to set what we get in this boolean, and this boolean is the one that we are going to get in our Flutter application to set logic to the UI. So we are done with this part. Let's save. So let's go back to our profile page. So let's visit our lib folder. In our lib folder, we have to go to our UI, and let's go to our profile page. In our profile page, we want to go ahead and set the functionality for the logout tile, a login notifier on top. So what we're going to do, we're going to create a variable, and we're going to call it auth notifier. So our auth notifier is going to require a provider, and this provider, it has to be a login notifier. So we need to import this provider. So let's go ahead and import it. After importing it, let's close this, and we need to import our provider. So we have our provider here, so we can use this instance to set the logic for our logout. So here in our logout, what we're going to do, we're going to use our logout notifier. So we want to get the logout function. After we get the logout function, then we are going to navigate to the login page. So then we are going to push the login page. So we need navigator.push. So right here we need material page route, and we require context. Let's go ahead and set our page. So our page is going to be login page. Let's go ahead and close it. Right below, we need to set const. So let's save. So right at the top, if a user is logged in, then we need to show them this page. But if a user is not logged in, then we need to show them this non-user page that we created before. So let's go right at the top before our scaffold here. So what we need to do, we need to access our auth notifier. So here we're going to require a login. So if login is equals to false, then we are going to display non-user. Else we're going to display our scaffold. So let's add consts before our non-user. Let's save. So we are not logged in. That's why we have this page right here in our profile. So whenever a person who's not logged in gets to this point, then they're redirected to this page. When they're logged in, then they can see everything. They can see all the profile that we have here. We want to set the logic for this button also. So a person has to be logged in to add something to their favorites, so they can navigate through. They can do almost everything, checking the products, but they cannot add to favorites. They cannot add to cart if they're not logged in. So we need to push them to the login page first. Then if they log in or sign up, then they can come back and do this whole process of adding to cart or purchasing, something like that. So let's go ahead and do that. The first thing that we need to go to our favorites. So these are no, not our controller. We need to go back to our libs, views, and favorites. We need to use the same logic for this page. So you can be able to view this page if you're only logged in. This page with favorites, you can only view it if you're logged in. So we are going to implement this page, and we are going to go ahead and implement for our buttons. So first, here we need to import the instance of our login notifier and put it in this auth notifier. So we're going to use the same logic. So we are going to have our auth notifier. So we're going to have login is equals to false. Then we are going to redirect them to a non-user page. Else we are going to show them the scaffold. So if we save, we are not logged in. That's why we're on this page. So let's just go ahead and format our code. So for this one, we are done. What we need to do, we need to go to our products. Let's make this a little bit larger. So we need to go to the product page. So this is our product page. In our product page, we have our add to favorite. This is our add to favorite, right? So we are creating a favorite here. So let's go ahead. We have this if statement. Let's go ahead and check if else. So it's ending here. So we need to cut this, and we need to add another if statement. So right on top, we need to create an instance for our login notifier. So let's go ahead and do that. So here we're going to say auth notifier, and we're going to consume a login notifier. So let's take this instance that we created and we want to use it is equals to true. Then we can go ahead and create and run this condition that we have here. So else, if it is false, then we are going to redirect them to our non-user page. So here we can just direct them straight to the login page. So we're going to have our navigator, and we want to push our navigator. We want to push our login page. So here we're going to require material page route. So right here we require context, and we need our login page. And let's go ahead and close it. Let's add const. So if we go to a product, it's taking a little bit longer. Click on the product, go to the page. If we click this page, we are not logged in, so we are redirected to the login page. That's exactly what we need. So we are going to set the condition, the same condition for add to cart. We're going to do that now. Let's just do it now. Let's look for the button. The button is here. So our add to cart, we are going to use a different one. Our cart is going to come from our backend. So we are going to go ahead and remove this, right? And we're just going to have a condition. If auth notifier dot logged in is equals to true, then we're going to run a condition here. Else, we are going to do something. So for now, we are going to have our else. So we are going to have navigator, and we want to push the login page. So here it's going to be const login page. Let's close it. So if I click this button right now, I'm going to be redirected to the login page. So let's go ahead and work on our product, our product card. Our product card, we have to come to our shed, and we have to look for a product card. This is our product card. So in our product card, let's create an instance of our login notifier. Or what we can do here, we can look for this button that we have, and we can just wrap it around a consumer widget. Okay, so let's close it first. So this is our widget. Let's go ahead and cut it. So first we're going to have a consumer. Let's paste our code, and let's get rid of this date code that we have. Let's close it here, add a space, and we need to specify the name of the object that we're consuming, which is the login notifier, and we have to give it a name. So we're going to go with the same name. It's going to be auth notifier. So here, before this condition, we're going to have another condition. So let's just have our else here. So inside, let's paste this. So here we're going to say auth notifier dot login is equals to true. Then we are going to run this. Else we are going to navigate the user to the login page. So in here we require context. After our context, we need to specify the page that we want to go to. So let's add const first, and let's have our page. So our page is going to be login page, and let's go ahead and close it here. So let's go ahead and try to add this product to our favorites. So we are redirected to our login page. That's exactly what we need. So we are done with that part of our logic. So right now it's time for us to try to log in. So let's go to our login page. Remember, we've created an account when we were testing our backend. So that's the same account that we are going to use. So the email was zoedo@example.com. That was our email, and our password was password123. So we need to go ahead and press login. So here, our status code is 200. We can see that on our terminal, and we are redirected to our profile page since we are logged in. So if we press on favorites, now we can see our favorites page. And if we go to our home page and try to add this product to our favorites, we are able to do that. So let's visit our favorites. We have our product here. We can also delete that product. So our functionality is working. Next, let's go ahead and try to implement for the sign up. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to log out. So if I'm logged out and press back, we're redirected to this page. And if you come here, our logic is working fine. And if we press, then we're redirected to our login page. So everything is going accordingly in the registration page. So first, we need to come to our lib folder, come to our controllers, and we want to work on this login provider. In our login provider, right after our logout function, we want to create another function to register a user. So we're going to have a future bool. In this boolean, we're going to call it, this function, we're going to call it register user. So we have to make it asynchronous since we are going to be waiting for our database to process the user and then give us a response. So first we have a response bool, this response bool. Okay, so here we need to take care of this. So we can make it response bool. So in here it's supposed to be a response not logged in. So logged in is here. So we want to use that response bool is equals to await. We want to await our auth helper, and in our auth helper we want to access sign up. So sign up requires a model, so that means we need a model on top here. So we need our sign up model, and we have to give it a name model, and we need to close this, and we need to return something, right? So if a user fails to log in, and then this response bool is going to be set to false. Initially, its initial value is false. So if you come right at the top, initially it is false. Anyways, if a user tries to sign up and something goes wrong, and then this boolean is going to be set to false again. Since in our auth helper, if we come to our sign up, right, if the response status is not 201, then we're going to return false. So let's go back to our login provider. So here we are going to return, and we are going to return this response bool. Let's give it a space and let's close it here. So that's all that we need to do to sign up. So next we are going to go ahead and open our registration page. So this is our registration page. We need to go down to this function that we have here. But before, we need to validate whether this form is valid or not. So we can open login. In our login, let's copy this validation and let's go ahead and open registration. So right at the top, we need to validate our form first. So our form has 3 values. So we need another value. So our other value is going to be username.text. It's not empty. Then we're going to return true. And if it is empty, if one of these is empty, then we're going to return false. So we are done with that part. So first, when we click the sign up button, so let's go to login. If we click the sign up button, the first thing that we need to do, we need to run the function to validate our form. So inside here, we're going to have form validation first, and then we're going to have our condition. So we have a boolean with the name validation. If validation, then we want to do something else. We are going to do something. So let's just debug print. We're going to say form not valid. So here, let's go ahead, copy this, put it inside. We say form valid. So right now we can just go ahead like this, right? If we click on this, the form is not valid because we didn't provide anything. So our validation is working. So we can go ahead and have the logic for this. So first we're going to require our sign up model, and we have to give it the name model. And then we need to provide the values. So we're going to have our sign up model. These are the values that we need to provide. So let's bring this down. So first we're going to have username.text. Next, we're going to have email.text, and we're going to have password.text. So now we have our model. Okay, so here we're supposed to put equals. So like we have our model now. So we can go ahead and call our auth notifier. Then we can call our registration. Next thing that we need to do, we need to sign up a user. So to sign up a user, we need an instance of our login notifier. So we need to come to the top. Right at the top, this auth notifier, it has to be on the top, because most probably like it's there already for everyone, since we copied the login page to the registration page. So since we get that out of the way, so let's go ahead and do our registration. So first we need our auth notifier dot, we're going to call our registration. So this is our registration dot then. So here our response is going to be a boolean. So we're going to call it response. So here we need some braces, and we need to have a condition in here. So we're going to have if else. So first we're going to check whether this response is true. So we're going to have our response is equals to true. If our response is equals to true, then we are going to redirect the user to the login page. So here we need to push, supposed to be navigator dot push. We need material page route, and we need our context. So we need to push them back to the login page. So here we're going to have const login page, and let's close that, and let's close this also. In our else, we're just going to debug print that the user is not logged in, like failed to log in, something like that. So what I urge you to do is to go ahead and have some extra steps to handle the errors, so you can display an alert if something happens here. So we're going to say failed to log in, failed to sign up. So before we even try to register our page, we want to go to this registration, and we need to visit our auth helper. So in our auth helper, let's visit our sign up. So this is our sign up, and this is our URL. So our URL is supposed to be a registration URL, not a login URL. Because if we visit our config, in our config, we have a sign up URL, and we also have a login URL, and they're different. So if we run the application and try to sign up right now, we are bound to have an error. So let's go ahead and rectify the mistake that we made, because we just copied and pasted, we didn't change. So here is going to be sign up, and we need to save that. So right now we can go back to our registration page. We have everything that we need. So let's press login and press registration. So we are going to provide a name. So I'm just going to put a random name, an email, and the password. I'm just going to use the same because I tend to forget passwords a lot. So password 123. So here you can hide or show the password either way. So let's just go ahead and press this button. Everything worked. So right now we can go ahead and log in with the same account that we signed up. In our debug console, our status is 200. And if we try to add something, it's possible. And if we can go ahead to remove it, then that's also possible. If we come to our profile, we can view our profile. So the next thing that we need to focus on is this part. We need to get our username, and we need to get our email. Get the data for these two values that we have. We have username and we have our email. So we need to get this data. So we need to come to our lib folder. In our lib folder, we need to visit our views. In our views, we need to open profile. So once we open profile, we need to come to this row. So we have this row and we need to come inside the row which is inside, and we have a column. So we need to wrap this column, which is enclosing these two, and wrap it around a future builder. We don't want the whole page to load when a user who's logged in clicks on the profile. At least the least that we can do, we can load the values that needs to be loaded. The values which are presently there, they should be displayed the moment the user clicks on the profile. So let's go ahead and wrap this column in a builder. So first we're going to wrap it in a builder. So we need to change this builder to a future builder. So our future builder requires a future. We are going to deal with this future in a minute. So in our builder, we require context and a snapshot. So down below here, we need to check the connection state of the snapshot. So we need to have a condition. So here we're going to have our snapshot, and we need to have the connection state. If the connection state is equals to connection.waiting, then we need to show the user a circular progress indicator. Then here we need to return a center. So in our center, we require a child. So our child is going to be a circular progress indicator dot adaptive. So we should add const. Let's close this. And down here, we need to have an else if. So we need to check whether our snapshot has an error or not. So snapshot dot has error. Then if we have an error, we need to just display a text. So here we're going to return. So first, we're going to require a center also. We need the text to be in the center of the page. Our center takes a child, and our child is going to be a reusable text widget. So we need to provide our texts. So here we can just say error getting the data. So here we need to pass the style. So we're going to use our app style. Let's give it a size. We're going to give it a size of 18. Since our background is white, we are going to give it a dark color. So we're going to go with colors.black. And our font weight, we're going to go with W600. So let's close this. So down below, we need to have else. This one is like when we have the data. When we have the data. Now, if we have the data, we need to return this column. So let's go ahead, cut this column from here, and we need to place it inside. But before we return the column, what we need to do, we need to create a final variable for our data. So we're going to call it user data is equals to snapshot.data. So this is the data that we are going to use here. So let's see, we have two errors above. So our error is here. So we'll handle it in a little bit. We have to do a few more things. What we need to do, we need to come here. We need to call our function directly from auth helper. So we're going to say auth helper.getProfile. That's the first thing. Next, when we are displaying the data, we need to wrap this column in a container. So we can wrap it in a size box just to get rid of the complaining lint size box, and we have to give that size box a height, and the height has to be 35. After we are done with that, we need to come down here. We need to set our user data. We need to set our data. So we have our user data. Here we're going to use this now checker, and we're going to put the username. So let me just do it with you. So here we're going to have our user data dot username. So if we put it like this, we are bound to run into an error. So we have to provide an option. If the data is loading, we have to go ahead and display this empty string. And here we have to put this now checker. And we are going to do the same for the email. So these are the two values that we want to get. Next, we need to go back to our auth helper. In our auth helper, we need to come back to our get profile requests. So in our get profile requests, we need to change post to get, because here it was post. If it is post, you won't get the data. You have an error. It will throw an exception. So here we're supposed to have get. So let's save that. So these are the changes that we need to make to get the data successfully. So I've logged out the user. So I'm going to go ahead and log in and try to get the data. So our password was password123. That's our password. So now we just need to click login. If we log in, now we're getting our data successfully. When we get to our home page, we need to get an instance of our boolean, the boolean that is in our login provider. So if we go to our login provider, we have this boolean, right? So whenever we are changing this boolean, we are getting our instance from our shared preference. So what we need to do, we need to create a function in here. So I've created a function, I call it getPref. So first we're going to initialize our shared preference. Then we're going to get the boolean from shared preference. If the boolean is present, then it's going to be set in our login boolean. If it is not, then it's going to be set to false. So we need to hook this function in our home page. Like each and every time that we open an application, this function is ran first. Then this boolean will get the latest value. So we need to go to our home page. So let's go to views, home page. In our home page, we need the instance of this login provider. So right at the top, we're going to create a variable with the name login auth notifier, and this variable is going to store an instance of our login notifier, and we need to use this variable to initialize the function that we created in our login provider, this function that we have here. So each and every time that we get to this page, we are getting the latest boolean. So for instance, if I hot reset this application now, so it's going to load. So if we go to our favorites page, we're going to be redirected to our favorites page, not to our non-user page. If we go to profile, it is the same. So this is the change that you need to make. We need to go ahead and open our product page. In our product page, we need to come down to this button that we have here, add to cart. So we've set a condition before, like if a user is logged in, then we're supposed to do something here. And if that user is not logged in, then we are redirecting them to the login page. So for starters, we can just have a print statement here. You can put anything, it's okay. Inside, we just want to run a test. So if we save this and click on this button, then we are printing object. So here we want to call our function to add to cart. So first, when we're adding items to the cart, we need to have a cut item and quantity. So let's go back to our Postman. In our Postman, add to cart. So we are requiring these two variables, cut item and quantity. Our cut item is a product ID, right? So here, let's go back to our VS Code. In our VS Code, we want to have add to cart. We want to create the model first, add to cart. So we need to provide a cut item and quantity. By default, we are just going to pass 1. Let's close it. So our ID is going to come from the instance of the snippet that we send when we clicked on this page. So let's go up to the top and check the way that we're accessing our data. So here, widget.sneakers, our sneakers instance, that's the one that we want to access to get the ID. So back in here, we can just say widget.sneakers.id, right? So we have our ID. The next thing that we need to do, we need to create a request to add to cart. So to do that, first, we need a cart helper, and second, we need a controller. So let's go ahead to our services folder. In our services folder, we want to create a new file, and we want to call it cart helper. So our cart helper is going to be a class. we have to give it a name. It's going to be cut helper. So let's go ahead and open one of these. So we have auth helper. Auth helper, let's just copy. Let's copy the one with the token because we are required to use a token when we are sending a cut request. Let's paste it in here. So here we want to change it to a boolean. After changing it to a boolean, let's change the name. We're going to call it add to cart, and that's cart, not cat. So here, let's import our shared preference, and we also need HTTP. So we can copy HTTP from the other page, paste it in here, get rid of the space, and we need to create an instance of our client. So we can copy that one, go back, and on top, paste it. So our error is gone. We need to have our config. So here is going to be a post method. So this post method is going to require a URL, headers, and a body. So since we require a body, here we are going to have our add to cart model, and we're going to give it a name model. So we need to add a body here. So our body is going to be model to JSON, model.to.json. So let's get rid of this inside, and we need to return true if response status is equals to 200. Else we need to return false since we have a boolean on top. So here we need to change our endpoint. So let's go ahead and visit our config. So here we have add to cart. Let's just copy the name and go back to our cut helper. We're going to paste the name. Let's save it. So we are done with this part. Next, we are going to print something. Let's go ahead and print. So we're going to need this print statement outside, not inside. So either way, if we get a successful response, we'll see our response status. If we fail, then we'll see our response status. So here we're going to have status code, and we need to close it. So we need to use this function to add things to the cart. To our page, we need to do one thing on our body. So we need to have this enclosed in a JSON encoder. So here we're going to have JSON encode, and then we are going to encode our model. Okay, so we have our product here, and we are printing the status here. So let's go ahead to our product page. In our product page, we need to just write this line of code, helper.add, and then we are sending this model that we have on top to our function, and then we can send it to our request. So let's go ahead and do that. So we have a 200. That means this product has been added to our cart. So we are done with that part. Next, we're going to focus on how to get the cart data. Done with adding things to the cart. So next, what we're going to do, we're going to create another request for getting the cart, and then we can create the next one for delete. But before that, let's go ahead and visit our lib folder, views, then UI. In our UI, we need to open our cart page. In our cart page, we're using Hive before, so we need to get rid of this code which is related to Hive. So let's just go ahead and delete it from here. We need to delete this also. So let's go ahead, get rid of that. Let's just add const here. So first we need to just go ahead and work in our cut helper. So in our cut helper, to get products, we're going to require another function. So let's take this one. Our next is also going to require the same headers. So it's wiser to take this one. And then we are going to change the name to get cart. Once we get cart, we need to return a list of products. So here we have a list, and it's going to be a list of type product. So if we go ahead and click this product, is the product that we have here. So this product got a cut item and quantity. So let's go back to our cut helper. So this remains the same. Next, we want to look at our URL. So our URL, we are going to have get cart, and it's going to be a get method. So here it's going to be get. A get doesn't require a body. So we need to get rid of the body that we have here. We can leave the status code like that, but right on top in our first request, we can get rid of it because we don't need it anymore. Okay, so let's leave return like that. And then we want to work in here. So first, when we get the data, we want to store it in a variable, and our variable is going to be JSON data. So we're going to have var JSON data. You can give it a name that you want, but I'm just going to go with JSON data. So first we need to encode. We need to decode. So we're going to go with JSON.decode, and we need to decode the string that we're getting from our response body. So here we're going to have response body, and we close it. Once we decode this data, we need to go through another step to process the data. So we're going to create a list, and this list is going to be of type product. We need to set our data in this list. So here we're going to give it a name, cart, and initially is going to be an empty list, and it's the list that we're going to return here. On else, we can throw exceptions. So here we're going to have throw exceptions, and then we can just say fail to get cart items, and let's close it. Extra step to get our products from this data that we have. So if we come and take a look at our Postman, Postman. So if we run a get request, this is the object that we get. So let's say this is our cart, right? The cart that we're getting with our user ID. We're going to return a list of products, right? And this list is inside of this list. So we are returning a list. So first we want to access this list, and we want to access the products in this list. So when we're getting one list which belongs to this user. So if we go back to our VS Code, we need to decode this data that we have and get the first index of the list. So here we're going to have var products is equals to, we want to use this JSON data that we have, and we want to access the lists. So we're going to access index 0 since it is the first item that we're getting. And from that index, we're getting a list of products, right? We're getting products, and let's close it. So now we need to map these products to our list of products. So we're going to say carts is equals to list products. List product is supposed to be list product dot from. So now we need to provide an element, and the element that we have here is going to be this product that we created, and we need to map it. So once we are mapping it, we're getting a product, and we need to also decode this product. So we're going to have a product from JSON, and here the data that we are going to push to this method is product. That's the source of our data, and we need to close it. So right now we have our data. This request that we just created to our cart page. So we should come on top. So first we're going to have a list, a let future list is going to be list products, and we have to have a private list with the name cart list. So down below we want to have an init state. So in our init state, we need to get the products. So here we're going to say we are going to assign whatever we get from our request to our cart list since they are of the same type. So here we need to call our cart helper, and we need to get cart. So before we proceed, we need to go back to our get cart. So here our get cart, you need to remove the model because we don't require a model. So you need to remove the model. Take note, you need to remove the model. If you have a model, then you will have an error. So let's go back. So here we want to go and visit our Postman. So let's say we're getting this product. We have to deconstruct this product and return the product. Right now we are returning the ID. We want to return a product. So let's go back to our backend. So this is our backend, and we need to visit our controllers, cart controllers, and we need to come to get cart. So when we are getting our cart here, we need to populate the cart item. So we need to just press enter and we're going to say populate, and we need to provide the path where we want to populate. So here we're going to have a string. So we need products dot cut item, and we need to mention the fields that we want populated. So here we're going to have a string. So we need our ID first, and we need our name. We need image URL, and we need our price as well as our category. So these are the fields that we need. So we can go ahead, close it, and then save it. So if we come back to our Flutter application, now we can run this successfully. So let's say we're here, or here we might run into an error. Okay, so our data has been loaded successfully. So if we visit our cart, then we have our 200 here. So we're getting our data successfully. So now we need to wrap our list view builder in a future builder. Our list view builder, we need to wrap this list view builder in a future builder. So first we're going to wrap it in a builder, and we're going to change this builder to a future builder. So our future builder requires a future, and our future is the cut list that we just created on top, and our builder takes context and a snapshot. So right here, we need a snapshot. Now that we have our snapshot, we can go ahead and set the condition to check whether we have our data or not. So here we are going to have a condition. So first we need to check the snapshot connection state. And if our connection state is equals to waiting, then we need to return a progress. We need to return a circular progress indicator. And let's wrap it around a center widget. And in our center widget, right before our center widget, we have to add const. So our error is gone. Let's close this here. So right down below, we need to have else if, and in our else if, we're going to check whether we do have an error or not. So we're going to say snapshot dot has error. So if our snapshot has error, then we need to return a center with a text. So here we're going to have center first, and our center takes a child, and in our child we are going to display a reusable text widget. So we need to provide a string filter get cut data. So let's go ahead and give our text some style. So here we're going to use our app style. Let's give it a size of 18, and let's give it a color. So our background is white, so we have to give it a dark color. So it's going to be colors.black, and we need to give it a font weight. So our font weight is going to be 600. Let's go ahead and close it down here. So if we have the data, then we need to return this list view builder. So we're going to close this list view builder, and we're going to cut it, and we're going to put it inside. So first, before we process our data in this list view builder, we need to have an instance of our data. So we're going to have a final, and we're going to call it cut data is equals to snapshot.data. So let's close it. So this is a list of products. So it's the one that we're going to use here, and it can be nullable. So in our list view builder, now we are taking this data that we have here and set it in here. So here we're using cart because our data was coming from our cart, but now it's coming from cut data. So we need to have cut data.index. So now we have 6 errors. We have 6 errors. So we need to come down and change. So here we have our cut item. Our cut item has all the data that we need. So let's go ahead. First, we need an image. So we're going to have our image URL, and our image URL is a list string. So we need to access the first item, and here we have a name. So we're going to say cut item dot name, and we have our category. We're going to do the same, dot cut item dot category, and for our price, let's go ahead cut item dot price, and right here we don't need this. We don't need sizes. So let's just go ahead and remove it. Let's save it. So we have our data displayed exactly the way that we need. So next we're going to focus on deleting a cut item that we have here. So let's go back to our cut helper. So in our cut helper, we need to have another request. So this request is going to return a boolean. So we can copy the one that we have on top and paste it down here. Let's change the name to delete item, and our delete item is going to require a string. So we are going to have a string here, and our string is going to be an ID. So our method is going to be delete. So to delete, we don't require a body. So we're going to get rid of this body that we have here. Headers are going to remain the same, and we need to change the URL. So let's go back to our Postman. So if we visit delete cut item, we have this URL and we require an ID. So we need to provide this ID. So that means we're going to concatenate our endpoint with our ID. So let's go back to VS Code. So this add to cart is going to remain the same, but we're going to put it in a string, braces, we add a $, and then right after we are going to provide an ID. We need to add this slash also. We need to add this slash, and then we can add the ID that we're getting from our parameters up here. So like if we visit add to cart, so here it's open. So we need to provide slash and then the ID. That's why we have this slash here. So let's go ahead and save that. So everything is done on this one. It's just going to be delete, and we require a URL. We require our headers. Up on top on our request headers, we require a token, and we're getting the token here. So let's go back to our cut page. So in our cut page, we need to call this requests here on this button, and then we can navigate back to our main screen and hook our delete requests to our icon, to our widget here. So first we want to make our onTap function asynchronous. Right after that, we want to await our cut helper. So here we're going to call our cut helper, and we want to delete item. So to delete an item, we require an ID. So if we go back to our Postman, right here, if we get cart, so here we have our cut item, which is the product, right? So this is our product in here. So whenever we add something to the cart, this object is created. So we want to delete this object along with the data that comes with it. So to do that, we're going to use this ID outside. Okay, so let's go back to our VS Code. So in our VS Code, if we say data here, dots. So here, if we access cut item, we're accessing the product data, and we don't want to access the product data. We want to access the ID, which is outside. And then, so here, let's have then. So here we have a boolean. So let's just call it response. And we need to cut this navigation and put it inside our response. So let's have a condition in our response. So if response is equals to true, then we're going to navigate to our page. Else, we're going to debug print something. So for errors, you can go ahead and go a little bit further, show an alert dialog box, whatever you need to show the user that, okay, the process has failed. So in here, we just need to provide a string. So let's close it and save. So right now, if we go ahead and delete this item, let's see. Okay, so since we've been navigated back to our main screen, that means the item has been deleted successfully. So if we go back to our cart, we're going to get the cart and we're going to have one item. So that's how we're going to do it. So we're done with that part. Next, we're going to focus on our checkout. And with our delete, so let's just continue. Let's go back to our cart. So we have this one product. Let's go ahead, go back and add another product. Let's go back to our cart. we want to have some logic when we want to check out. We want the user to be able to select the product they want to check out. So you might have a list of products in your cart, but you don't want to pay for them all. You want to pay for one product. So we want to work on that option. So the first thing that we're going to do, we are going to come to this padding that we have. This padding is wrapping this tile. So we need to wrap it around a gesture detector. So in our gesture detector, we're going to require onTap function. So let's make it as empty for now. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to be able to get the index and set it in our provider. So here, if we come and say print, and we print the index, let's open our terminal, debug console. If we click, then we get the index of this item that we clicked on. If we click on this, we get the index. So we want to get this index and we want to set it to our provider. So let's go to our cart provider. So in our cart provider, we only have this int, but what we want to do here, we want to have another int, a nullable int with the name product index. So since it's nullable, we don't need to initialize it. So this one has to be a private. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to set a getter. So here it's supposed to be int. The name is going to be product index. So here we're getting this private. We're supposed to say int then get. We want to get our private index, our private variable that we have here, and set it to this value. So here we're going to have our private variable, and let's close it. So here, since it's now, if it is now, then we're going to get 0 as our index. So right below, we are going to require a setter. So we can go ahead and open one of the providers that we have. Let's just go ahead, copy one of these providers. In login provider, we want to copy this setter. Come back to our product provider, paste it. So we want to change this name to set product. Let's just say product index. So our product index, set product index. So our set product index is going to require an integer. So the name, we can leave it as new state, and we are setting this new state to our private variable that we have on top. So we need to replace with the private index. So now we're able to set our index in our provider. So let's go ahead, save it, go back to our page. So in here, in our page, we already have an instance of our cart provider right on top. This is our cart provider, and we are consuming cart provider here. So if you don't have this line, go ahead and put it. So let's go back to our gesture detector. So our gesture detector is supposed to be a little bit up after the list view builder. So here, we're going to call our cart provider, the instance of our cart provider. Then we're going to set product index to the index, and we're going to close it. At the bottom, we're going to print product index. So here we need to access our cart provider. In our cart provider, we need to get product index. So let's close it and let's save it. So if we click, then our index is shown. So that means we are successfully sending our index to our provider. So let's go ahead, get rid of this print statement. We need to send the data belonging to this index to a list, which is going to be in our cart provider. So we can go ahead, open our cart provider. In our cart provider, we need to create another instance. So let's copy the provider that we already created here and make some changes to it. So it's going to be of type list product. So here is supposed to be list product, and we have to give it a name. Let's call it checkouts. The name has to be private. So let's call it checkout, and we have to initialize it as an empty list. So here, when we are getting our checkout, we need to provide the type. So that's going to be our type. And here we can call it checkout. And here we're getting this private checkout list, and we're setting into this list that we have here. So let's get rid of this. So we're done with that part, and let's go to our setter. So in our setter, we're going to set checkout. So here we're just going to call it checkout list. Let's add a K. So we need to provide the type that we need to set. So instead of an int, we're going to require a list product. Here we can just leave the name as new state. And here we are setting this checkout. We're assigning new state to checkout. So we have to replace with our private checkout. So we are done with that part. So let's go back to our page. So in our page, in our gesture detector, we're going to copy this, paste it, and we're going to make a change. We're going to say set checkout. So on set checkout, no, we don't have to set checkout, but we have to call the checkout list. And in the checkout list, we want to add, not add, but we have to insert. So we're going to use insert. So at insert, we have to insert at index 0. And the element that we are going to insert in our list is going to be this data that we have on top. So we can just copy paste. So if we click, this data is going to be set in our list, the list that we have in our provider. So let's save it. So right below, if we don't have anything selected, or if our list is empty, we don't want to show this button that we have here. So let's go down below. We want to visit our button. So let's get rid of the const for now. So we're going to say car provider, and we need to access our lists. And if our list is empty, is not empty, then we're going to show this alignment. But if our list is empty, then we are going to show a sizebox dot shrink. So here we're going to have a sizebox. So we can just sizebox dot shrink. So let's close it here. Now it's okay like that. So in here, let's leave it like that for now. We can just add consts before our alignment. So our list is empty, so we don't have anything. But if we click on a product, now we have our button back. That's what we want. So here we can go ahead and have an extra step. We can show the total. We can say checkout here. It's okay. Let's leave it like that. So instead of showing the total here, we want to show which product has been selected. So we have to come up. Let's close these widgets that we are not working on. So we need to come to our positioned widget. So we have this positioned widget here. So let's go ahead, close it. Let's see. It's a gesture detector. We can just go ahead, close it, and close the gesture detector. And we need to copy it. Let's copy, and right at the top, let's paste it. So we have an error. We need to close this. So let's come right at the top. We need to change the position from bottom to top. So now we have these two trash cans. So let's give this -4. And in here, let's get rid of this code that we have in our gesture detector. So we have this container. We don't want it also. So we just want this icon. So let's get rid of the container. So now we are left with our trash can. So what we're going to do, we're going to change the icon to feather. So here from feather, we're going to require a square. So let's say check square, and the color has to be black. So we have our check square. Wrap our icon in a container, not container per se. We want to wrap it around a size box with a size box, and let's remove this container. And we have to give our size box a height, and we have to give it a height of 40. And let's give it a width, and we're going to give it a width of 30. We can make it smaller a little bit. Let's make it 30 by 30. Okay. That's okay. So right here, we want to have a condition. We want to check if the index of this tile or of any tile is equal to the index that we've set in our provider. So let's go ahead and do that. Since we have our instance, we're going to say car provider dot product index is equals to index. So let's go ahead and cut this from here. We can reduce our workload. Let's just add const here and put it here. So here is supposed to be car provider. So if it is equals to index, then we are showing this, else we want to show another different icon. So here, if the index is not selected, then we're just going to show a square. So let's close it here. So this is not selected. Click on an item, then our check will change. And the data of this index is sent to our list in our car provider. So next, we're going to work on our Stripe backend, and then we can proceed to check out and create orders to be provided, but I'm just going to run you through how to get started with it. So it's going to be a zip file. So we need to review this file in Explorer. So let's get this zip file out of this folder. Let's get it out. We need to extract it. After extracting, we need to open the folder. And in this folder, we have another folder with the name payment zip. So we need to unzip the file. Let's drag it to our desktop. So we have our file on our desktop. We can go ahead and delete this file. So the next thing that we're going to do, we're going to go back to VS Code and we're going to open a new window. So our new window is open. What we're going to do, we're going to open a folder. So we need to go to our desktop and we are going to open payment. So you need to go through some steps in order for you to get this backend up and running. So I'm just going to go through every step with you. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to run npm I, because we need to install the dependencies first. So let's open another terminal. On another terminal, we want to create a .env file. So we are going to run touch.env. So we have our .env file and we want to have a .gitignore file. So we have our two files. So the first file that we're going to open is gitignore. So in gitignore, we want to exclude node modules when we initialize our git repo. So let's close it. Next, let's go ahead and open our .env file. So for our .env file, we're going to need a port. It's going to be kept. So our port is going to be 3003, and we're going to need mongo URL. So this URL is going to be the same as the URL that we've used in our other server, because we need to create orders, and these orders have to be saved in the backend that we already have on the database that we already have. So we are done with that part. Next, we're going to require Stripe secret. Okay, so what we can do, we can open index.js. So we need Stripe secret here. So we go to our .env, we create a variable for it. The next one that we're going to need is going to be, okay, let's open this one with our Stripe secret. So we're using our Stripe secret only. Okay, so that's cool. So for now, let's save this. But the database URL, we have to go back to our main project, which is this project that we have here, and we have to open it. After opening this project, we need to go to the .env file. In the .env file, we have to get this URL that we have here. So let's go ahead and open our server. Let's paste our code here and let's get rid of the other. So now we need to go ahead and acquire Stripe secret. So to acquire Stripe secret, we need to open our browser. In our browser, we need to go to Stripe. on Stripe dashboard, we need to go to home. In our home, we need to get our secret key. So we need to review it and we need to copy it. After copying, we need to go back to our VS Code and paste the key, save it. So let's go to our index.js and check whether we have something missing or not. So we need to get rid of this part. Okay, so we have everything. We have our ports, we have our Stripe secret, we have our Mongo URL, and if we go to stripe.js, we have our Stripe secret. That's all that we need for the meantime. So right now we can initialize our Git repository. So we are going to run the command git init. After initializing the repo, then we need to add all the changes to the stage. Like we need to stage all our changes, and here we're going to call it payment, and we need to commit. So we need to publish this repo remote, and then we need to come back and change these URLs to the URL that we get from our railway. Okay, so let's go ahead and publish our repo. So we're going to call it payment server. Okay. Let's hope I don't have any other server with the same name. So I'm going to put this as private, and I'm going to publish. Huh? Okay, so it's already committed. So we need to go to GitHub. So this is my GitHub. I'm going to look for that server before I go on to Railway. Repositories. So most probably it's the latest commit. So we're going to use this one. Payment server. So let's go ahead to our railway. In our railway, we need to go to our dashboard. So if you just go to railway, create an account, log in, you go to your dashboard. In your dashboard, you need to create a new account, and you have to get your project from GitHub. So here I'm going to run through everything. So I'm going to configure my GitHub app first, and then I'll come and get the repo from here. So if you click on configure, you are sent to this page, and you're supposed to click your GitHub that you're using at that particular point. So the only setting that you have to take care of is the repository access. So on access, I'm going to select all repositories and save. So after that, if I click here and come here and look for payment server, the server is here. So I'm going to click on it and I'm going to deploy. So it's going to take a little bit of time to deploy, most probably less than 30 seconds. After it deploys, then we are going to get to generate our domain and then get the URLs. After getting the URLs, then we need to go back to our VS Code and change on some other places that we need to change the URLs. So our server has been successfully deployed. If you go to view, then here, if we go to deploy log, we can see that our server is already running. So let's give it a little bit of time. So here, app listening on port, whatever, and then here our DB is connected. So what we need to do, we need to close this and we need to go to settings. In our settings, we need to generate domain. So our domain is generating. We have to wait a little bit. So we have our domain here. So if we click on our domain, it's going to say not found. It's okay. So we want to copy this URL that we have on top. After copying, we need to go back to our VS Code. So we need to go back to Stripe. So here we need to change this URL from our newly hosted server. So we can paste. And we do the same for this part. We paste our URL. So we are done. The next thing that we need to do, we need to go to Stripe and then get our hook secret key. Okay, so let's go back to our browser. In our browser, we need to go to Stripe. In Stripe, we need to go to developers. In developers, we need to go to webhooks. On webhooks, we need to add endpoint. So our endpoint is going to be the URL that we have, and we have to say webhook. So our code is similar to this. So we have this app.post / webhook endpoint. That's the endpoint that we want to use here. So we need to select the kind of events that we need to be listening to. So I'm just going to go with balance, charges, checkout, payment intent. We also need customer. Let's see how many events we have. Let's see whether we selected checkout or not. Yes, we did. Charges, we did select. I think that's all. We need to add events. So this is the list of events that we have, and we need to add endpoint. So here we need to review the secret, and we need to copy the secret from here, and we need to go back to our VS Code. In our VS Code, we need to go to index. We have this endpoint secret. We are going to replace it with the one that we just copied now, and we're going to save. After saving, we need to commit our repo. So I'm going to add and say endpoint secret, and I'm going to push the changes. After pushing the changes, let's go back to our browser. In our browser, let's visit our railway. So our application is now deploying. We just pushed and it's now deploying. We don't need to do anything. So our server has been successfully deployed and it's running. So right now it is ready for use in our front end. So what we need to do, we need to go to services folder. In our services folder, we need to create a new file and we have to give it a name. It's going to be payment helper, payment_helper. So in our payment helper, we're going to have a class. So let's give it a name, payment helper. So right on top, we require our client. So let's go to our login provider. In our not login provider, we want to go to any of the helpers. So we have a cut helper open. So we can go ahead, copy this line, paste it in here. So we need to import HTTP. So let's go to our cut helper. We're going to copy HTTP, come back, and we're going to paste it right on top. So now we have the instance of our client. So let's just go ahead and copy one of the requests. Then we can make some changes to it. So let's copy the last one. Let's paste it in here. So first we are going to get rid of shared preference. And we don't require this token that we have here. Anyone can make a payment, but only the logged in user are allowed to make the payment. So we have to change this to payment URL. So we need to come and change this payment URL to the URL that we got from our railway. So let's go ahead and do that before we proceed. So first we go to our project, which is payment. We want to copy the base URL. So we go to Stripe. In Stripe, we're going to go down and we want to copy this base URL, and we have to go back to our project. Back to our project, let's open config. So in config, this URL remains the same. The endpoint remains the same, but our base URL is going to change, and we need to get rid of this HTTPS. So let's go back to our helper. So everything has to change to HTTPS in here. Our client is going to be HTTPS, as well as our post. Let's see, client. Okay. So everything is okay now. So here, instead of delete, we want to post. So let's give it a name. The name is going to be payment, and this payment requires a model, and the model that we're going to require is order. And let's give it a name. Let's see, we have to import it. We have to give it a name model. So let's copy this or cut either way and replace this. So it's going to be like this. And here we're going to require a body. And our body, we're going to encode. So here it's going to be JSON encode, and our object is going to be the model that we're passing, and we need to convert it to JSON. So on our response, we're supposed to get a string, and the string that we're getting is the URL. So here, right on top, let's change this from bool to string. So in here, we're going to have var response. Let's call it payment. Var payment is equals to, we have to use JSON decode, and we have to decode the response body. Then we are going to get the URL from this body. So what we need to do, we need to return this payment, and in this payment, we are going to get the URL. So here we're just going to say failed. So that's all for our post request. Next, let's go ahead to our cart page. So in our cart page, in our checkout button, if we have over, we have our on tap function. This is the on tap function that we have here. And inside of that on tap function, we want to create the order model. So we're going to have order. We're going to call it model is equals to, let's import it first. Oh, this is it. Is it request or response? It's a request. We're going to have our order. So in our order, we're going to require user ID and cart item. So our cart item here is supposed to be a list of items, a list of cart items, but let's deal with that later. First, we need to get our user ID from our shared preference. This is the reason why we put the ID in our shared preference, because we wanted to use it here. So here we have shared prefs, and here we have to await. I didn't even know where the error is coming from, so I was trying to figure it out. Await. So we need to import shared preference, and here we need to get instance. So let's go ahead and say prefs.get. We are going to get a string, and the string that we're going to get is of the name user ID. So we're going to say string user ID is equals to prefs dot get string user ID. So this user ID is the user ID that we're supposed to pass in here, but it's of type string. So what we are going to do, we're going to have this user ID, or what we can do it here, and here it can only be a string. So our error is gone. We need cart items. So it's going to be a list, because if we come here and have over, it's going to be a list of cart items. So in this list, we're going to require cart item. So our cart item, we have to provide name, ID, price, and quantity. So this data is going to come from our cart provider. So when we're adding the data to the list, that's the list that we want to access. Okay, so we're going to access index 0. We want to access the cart item, and the cart item, we want to get the name. That's for the first. And for the second, we want the ID. Let's have the one for the price. And then we're going to have quantity. We don't have quantity, so we can just set quantity to 1 here by default. That would be okay. Let's close it here. On tap function, what we need to do, we need to go ahead and have another controller for payment. So we can go to controllers. We are going to create a new file and we're going to call it payment controller. So here it's going to be a .dot file. In this .dot file, we're going to require a class with the name. We can just call it payment. Okay, let's give it a proper name, payment notifier, and it's going to extend change notifier. So in here, we want to have a string. So it's going to be a nullable string. So we want to store our payment URL in this string. So we need a getter for a string, and we're getting this URL. Let's give it a name first, and we're getting the private variable that we have on top. So let's close it. So if it is not provided, then we're just going to assign an empty. So right at the bottom, we need a setter. We need to set this string. So here, let's go with the same name, payment URL. So in here, we're going to require a string, and we're going to call it new state. And then we need to set our private variable to the new state. Let's close it. And we need to have a notify listener method down below. So we need our UI to be notified of any changes in this URL that we have. We're done with that part. Let's go back to our cut page. In our cut page, now we want to create an instance of our payment notifier. So here we're going to say payment notifier is equals to provider of, and we want to consume payment notifier object. So before we go any further, we need to go back to our main.dart. In our main.dart, we need to hook our payment notifier to our multi-providers here. So here we're going to have payment notifier, and let's save, and let's close main.dart, and we're also going to close home. Let's close the profile. Let's just close the pages that we are not using. The config, we need to still use it. Car provider, let's close it for now. So now that we have this cut notifier, we want to access the string that we just created. So let's go down. So in here, we need to assign whatever we get from our request to this payment URL. So let's go ahead. Now we have our payment URL here. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to call our payment helper, and we need to access payment, and we need to push the model. After pushing the model, we need to get the response. So we're going to have then. So this is our response. Our response is going to be a string. So let's leave it like that. Let's leave it as value, and we're going to handle it below. So now we need to take this line of code that we've written on top, and we need to put it inside. Then we need to assign the value that we get when we run the request to this string that we have in our payment notifier, and we need to close it here. So we are done with this part. Let's continue. We want to make a few changes before we test our endpoint. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to come back to this request that we created, right? So in our request, we need to make sure that we're importing HTTP as HTTPS up on top. And up here we have our client, and down here we need to make sure this part is HTTPS. That's the first, and we need to change the base URL to the URL that we get from our railway server, which is this part. This is going to be our base URL. We put a slash, and then we are going to put our endpoint. So you need to go ahead, copy this URL, go back to the project. In the project, you can open the config file. It should be the same as the one that we have here. We've done this before, but I'm just going through it again so that we won't have any mistakes. So this is going to be our base URL, and this is going to be our endpoint. So when making a request, we join our base URL and our endpoint, then we can make a request. That's how our config works. So back to our payment. So everything here, if we change here and everything checks out, then we are good to go. And down here on our response, when we are awaiting our client, make sure that this is post, and this model that we have here is the model that we are passing from our cart page. So here we have this model that we've created right on top. This model is the same model that we are passing to this request, and we are sending it in our JSON body, I mean. So down below, we need to print the response status code first, and then if the status code is 200, then we are going to decode the response that we get in our response body, and then we are going to get the data as a map, and we're going to put it in here. So in our map, we need to access the map and then get the URL and return it. So our URL is a string, so we are going to return it straight since we are going to return a future string. So if you're done with that part, then we need to go back to our carts. In our cart, when we click on this page, we need to print the response that we are getting. So up here on top, we are running our requests, and then here we are processing our response. So this is our response, the string that we're getting from this request, right? So we need to set this response in this string that we have in our payment notifier. So if we set, then the state of this string is going to change. So we need to print the URL when we get the new string. So we can go ahead, click on an item, and then click the button. So here, now we have our status code is 200, and we have our URL. So the main focus, our main focus from now is going to be on how we are going to show this URL in our application page. So let's go to our UI. In our UI, we need to create a new folder. In this folder, let's call it payments. So in payments, we want to create a new file, and we want to call it payment webview, and it has to be a .dat file. So it has to be a stateful widget. So let's give it a name. Let's import material. So after importing material, we need to return a scaffold. In our scaffold, we're going to require a background color. The background color is going to be colors.white. We're also going to require an app bar. So this app bar is going to require a background color also, and the color is going to be white. We need to set the elevation to 0. And after our elevation, we need to have a toolbar height. And our toolbar height is going to be 20. We need it to be as small as possible. So what we need now, we need to go to pub.dev. In pub.dev, we need to get a package. So you have to search for webview. So we have this package that we have on top, and it's from flutter.dev. That's the one that we want to use. So you can just click on it. After clicking on it, you go to installing. So we are going to use imports. So let's go back to our VS Code. So in our VS Code, in our payment view, we need to paste it on top. After pasting on top, then we need to add it to our application. While this is adding, let's go back to our browser. We need to go to visit the example. So this is the example they gave. So we just need to copy most of the stuff from here. So first, we're going to copy what we have on top, the imports. Okay, let's copy from here. Let's import. So right here, we have our Flutter WebView already, so we can get rid of the one that we have on top. And we need to import the last package, which is data sync date. Is it date async? So let's just go ahead, copy it, go back, and let's paste it down here. So we are not done yet. So we go back to pub.dev. So in PubDev, we are going to copy this example they have here. We want to make a few changes to it, and then we can be able to use a web browser, application. So far so good. So right now we need to hook our scaffold to. We need to have a body in our scaffold. So here we're going to have a body. Let's go back, and we're going to copy the body they have in here. Controller. Okay, so this is the body. We need the body. We just need this part. Let's go back. Let's paste it. We have our controller right on top. So here, in each state, we need to have var payment notifier is equals to provider of payment notifier. So here we want to consume a payment notifier object, and we have to set listen to false for this because it's in the init state. If you remove this listen, then you're going to run into an error. So make sure that in here you have context and listen is set to false. So we're done with that part. Next, let's just get rid of the parameters that we don't want to use. So on progress, we don't want to print anything on our console. So let's get rid of this part. Here on page started, we don't want to print the URL. On page finished, we don't want to print the URL. So down here, we want to get rid of this part. Navigation. Okay. So in here on URL changed, we want to have a condition whereby, like, let's say the payment is successful. If the payment is successful, then we are going to have a successful checkout HTML page displayed to us, isn't it? So we don't want to display that page, but we want to capture the URL and set the logic of our application using the response that we get, the string that we get. So in here, let's get rid of this. We want to have a condition. So if change.url that contains, so first we want to check the checkout success. So if it is checkout success, then we need to do something. So here we should include a now checker to get rid of the error. Then here we want to do something. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to use the instance that we created on top. So we have our payment notifier dot, we want to set our URL to an empty string. Then we're going to navigate to a different page. So we're going to have navigator.push. So we require material page route. Our material page route requires context. And then here we have to specify the page that we want to push. So here we want to push payment success. Okay, so in our lib folder, in our views, I've added 2 new files in our payments, success and failed. So these files are found in the folder that I was mentioning all along. So let's go ahead and try to visit the folder. So this is our folder here. So our widgets are placed in here. So we have these 2 files, success and failed. So we need to copy these 2 and we need to paste them in here. So all other files are in here. We have our models, our assets, and our payment server. So this folder is going to be provided for you before you even start. So you need to have it to follow along. So let's go back. We need our simulator back. So in here, let's have the name. It's called successful. So here we're going to push successful, and then we're going to close. So we want to import this page. Let's add const. So let's copy whatever we have in here, and we want to have an else if. So if this URL contains a string, or if this URL has a word cancel, then we need to run this first, and then we need to navigate the user to a different page, which is payment failed. So these are the conditions. So we haven't set the entry point of our web page, of our web browser. So what we need to do, we need to come here we have this URI.parse, and we have this URL that we have here. So we want to get our URL from our provider, and then that's the one that we are going to use. So we're going to access our payment notifier, and then here we want to access this payment URL. So let's save it. So everything else remains the same. Everything else remains the same in here. So we are done with this part. Next, we're going to hook it up to our cart page. We want to hook it up here. So let's say we have a product selected. If we click this button, then we want to replace this page with this payment web view. So let's go back to our cart page. We need to do one more thing. We need to hook this payment web view to our cart page. So the way that we're going to do it, every URL that we have contains HTTPS. The URL that we get from Stripe, be it the one to initiate the payment, it has to contain HTTPS. The one to cancel, it also has to return HTTPS at the beginning. And the one for a successful payment is going to return HTTPS. So we want to check whether our URL that we have in our ways, let's go back to our controllers. In our controllers, let's open this. So we have this URL that we are setting here, right? So if this URL contains HTTPS, then we need to display an in-app browser here. So if it is empty, or if it doesn't contain HTTPS, we don't need to display anything. So that's how we are going to render it to our cart page. So right at the top, so we already have an instance of our payment notifier. So let's just add a space. We're going to access this payment notifier, and we want to get the payment URL, and we want to check whether it contains HTTPS. If it contains HTTPS, then we're going to display the payment web view. So let's add const here, else we're going to display our scaffold. So let's format our code. So even if we have our condition, we don't have this HTTP in our URL. So we are shown this page. But if we click right, we're going to run the request first, this request that we're going to run, and we're going to get a response. And the response that we are going to get is going to be a string. And we're setting that string to the string that we have in our payment notifier. And then we're going to get this, string up on top here. And then we are going to check whether it contains HTTP. If it contains, then we are returning an in-app browser. Else we are going to show this page. So let's go back to our payment web view. We want to check one more thing. So here, let's push replacement. Let's see. No, not here. Okay. So here we have to push replacement. So everything is set up okay. So we can save. So if we press, then we are redirected to our browser, to our in-app browser. So it might take a little bit depending on the network speed. So we have to wait for it to render, and then we can try to test our payment. Okay, so we've successfully integrated our payment. So right now we need to go ahead and run a test. So we're going to say a@a.com, and the test card is supposed to be A. The test card is going to be a Stripe test card, which is 42. We can just write 42s until, and the date has to be any date in the future. The CVC has to be anything, and the card name can be anything. So here we are going to proceed with our payment. So if our payment is successful, then we are going to be redirected to payment success page. So we are receiving this in our browser. We need to go back to our page, our payment view. Okay, so we have this debug print allowing navigation to, we need to get rid of it. Let's see. debug print. We just need to get rid of the debug print. So our payment is successful. So the next thing that we want to do now is to go ahead and check our Stripe and see whether our order has been successfully created or not, and our payment has been successfully made. Because we are using webhooks to create the order. So if there's an error, if there's any error in our webhooks, we won't be able to create the order. And we want to check our webhook, the response that we get from our webhook, whether we've successfully paid or not. So if we go back to our browser, in our browser, we need to go to Stripe. We can just go to developer, and in developer, we want to go to webhooks. And here, this is the server that this is the webhook that we just created. So we need to open it. So here, this is the payment that we just made right now, right? So let's go ahead and check the details. This is the email that we put. This is the name that we put. The amount was 79 times 100. That means we have 7,900 here. Everything was a success. So here we have our card. This is our payment method details. This is our card that we use, and the status is success. So everything went accordingly. So right now we can be able to pull our orders from our database. But the first thing that we need to do, we need to go to our database and check whether the order has been created in our database. Our Mongo database to check for the order, then we should be able to see this order that we just created, or the orders that we've created with this account that we're using right now. So we need to do two things. Like, we go to our Mongo database. In our MongoDB, we need to check the user that we're using, and then we cross-check the user ID with the user ID of the orders that we have. So we are logged in with an account with the name King, this one. So the user ID ends with 9D. So we can go back, we can go and press our orders, and in our orders, we have to look for orders which ends with 9D. So here we have our user IDs. So here we have a one which ends with 9D. So that's coming from the account that we're using. And we have another one here. So we have successfully created our order. The next thing that we're going to do is to try to get those orders and display them in our orders page. Go ahead and try to get our orders. So what we need to do, we need to come to our lib folder. In our lib folder, we need to come to services. So we want to create a request in our cat helper to get the orders. So what we're going to do first, we need to copy one of these. So let's copy this one on top, and let's go ahead and paste it below. After pasting it, let's change the name. We're going to change the name to get orders. So when we're getting orders, we require a token. So this part is going to remain the same. And this part, we need our API URL, and we need our endpoint. So let's go ahead and open our config. So in our config, we have our endpoint for orders. That's the one that we want to use. So let's go back to our cat helper. In our cat helper, we need to replace this with the one for the orders. After that, we need to move on. So here, we are running a GET request, and we are providing a URL and our headers. These headers are the headers that we have on top. So that part is okay. So if our request is 200, then we want to do something in here. So let's get rid of this part because we want to write some new lines of code. So let's change our exceptions here. So here it's supposed to be orders. and we need to change this from products to paid orders. So in our models, we have the one for orders, the request and response. So now we want to use the one for response. So as we said before, these models are going to be in the folder that is going to be provided for you before you even start coding. So you need to go to the link below, download the folder if you don't have the folder. So let's go ahead to a cut helper. So here it has to be a list of paid orders. Response data is 200. We need to process our data. So we need to create a variable that we are going to store our data. So we're going to call it products. So we need to use a function in our paid order models, which is this function that we have on top. So we're going to say paid orders from JSON. Then we need to provide a string. This string is coming from our response. So in our response, we need to access the parameters. So dot body. So our string is in this body. So if we hover over, we have this string. So after getting the data, we need to return it here. So we are done with this part. Next, we're going to focus on creating our page, and then we can display our orders. Everything. Then we want to come to our lib folder. In our lib folder, we have to visit views, and in our views, we need to create a new folder here. Let's call it orders. So in orders, we need to create a new file, and we're going to call it orders also. It's going to be a dot file. So in this dots, we require a stateful widget, and we have to give it a name. So let's just call it process orders. We need to import material, and below here, we need to return a scaffold. So in our scaffold, we're going to require an app bar. Our app bar checks an app bar. So the first property that we need toolbar height. So our toolbar height is going to be 50, and we also need background color. So our background color is going to be black. So it's going to be colors.black. So let's go ahead and save it. So here we want to hook this page to my orders. So we can go to profile, open profile. In profile, we need to look for orders. The tile, which belongs to orders, this tile that we have here. So we want to hook it to process orders. So if we click, now we have our orders. So let's get rid of the elevation. Let's set it to 0. So our scaffold requires a body, and our body is going to be a single child scroll view. So in our single child scroll view, we're going to require a child, and our child is going to be a container. We need to give this container a height. So our height is going to be the same height as the one that we gave to our screen utils when we initialized our application. So our height is going to be 825, and our width is going to be 325. So we need to give this container a color, and the color is going to be black also. So just say colors.black. That's our page. So in here, we are going to require a child, and our child is going to be a padding. So we're going to use agencies.all, and we have to give it a value of 8. Our padding also has a child property, and we want to pass a column. Okay. So our column takes children, but before we go to our children, we need cross-axis alignment, and we're going to make it dot start. And in here, we need children. So our first child is going to be a text widget. So we need to use our reusable text widget. We need to provide a text, and our text is going to be my orders, and we need to provide a style to it. So we're going to use app style. Let's give it a size, and we should give it a little bit bigger size. So it's going to be 36, and we need to give it a color. So it's going to be colors.white. It has to be the opposite of our background. And the font weight, it has to be bold. So let's save. So we have my orders right on top. Right after this, we need a container in our column. So we have our container. This container should have width and should have height. So first, we're going to go with our height, and our height, we're going to give it a height of 350, and let's give it a width. The width is going to take up the whole screen, so it's going to be 325. Let's give it a color. So if you're putting the color here, we need to put it in decoration, because we need to manipulate it a little bit. So we have our box decoration. In our box decoration, the first property that we're taking is color, and our color is going to be white. So here we need colors.white. Let's save it. So here we have our container. After adding consts, we're going to add border radius. We need to make these edges a little bit circular. So we're going to use border radius.o, and for radius, we're going to use radius.circular, and we have to give it a size of 12. Let's save. So now it's circular. Let's go ahead, go to the top. We need to reduce the size here. Let's make it 40. We need to push it up a little bit. And we need to give space between my orders and this. So let's go in here. We're going to have a size box. This size box should have a height. We're going to give it a height of 5. Okay, we should add a comma. Okay, that will do. So we want to work in this container. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to use the child property, and our child is going to be a future builder. So our future builder takes a future and a builder. So here we're going to have our future. For now, we can leave it like that. So let's deal with our builder. So our builder, we're going to take context, and we're going to take a snapshot. So in here, we need to have options. So the first option, we're going to have conditions, just like what we're doing for the other future builders. So if snapshot connection state is equals to connection.waiting, connection state.waiting, then we need to return a circular progress indicator. So first we need to wrap it in a center. Then we need a child. In our child, we need a circular progress indicator dot adaptive. So let's go ahead, add const to the top. So our error is gone. Let's close it. We need else if. So in our else if, we're going to check whether snapshot has error or not. So if our snapshot has an error, then we need to return a text. So we're going to use our usable text. So, okay, let's just say something here. We can just say error loading the data. Let's give it a style. So our style is going to come from our app style. Let's give it a size of 18. Let's give it a color, and let's give it a font weight. Let's wrap this in a center widget, and let's close it right here. So here, the best way to do it, we can just write the error. So here, we need to have snapshot.error. So outside, we can mention error so that the user can know. So right after this, we need to return our data. So we're going to say else, and then we need to create an instance for our data. So final, these are going to be products, and these products are coming from our snapshot.data, and we need to return something. So since it's a list of orders, we're going to return a list view builder. Item count. So our item count is going to be the length of these products that we have. So to get rid of this error, we have to mention the type of object that we are consuming. So we need to come back to this feature, and we need to have a list, and we are going to be consuming a list of paid orders. So our error is gone. Our builder takes context and index. So here we need to return the tile that we need to display in here. So before we go any further, we need to get the data for this feature. So let's go to the top. Let's give it a little bit of space. So right at the top, we need to have a feature. And this feature is going to be the lists that we are going to consume. It's going to be lists paid orders. And we need to give it a name. So it's going to be orders. Let's close it. Here, we need to make it small letter. So to get rid of this error, we should make it nullable. We should make it null here. So we need to have our init state. So in our init state, we need to get the data from our backend and put it in this list that we have, and then we can use this list in our future builder. So we need our cut provider, not cut provider, we need our cut helper, and we need to access get orders. Let's close it. So we still got 3 errors. Let's go ahead and see where they're coming from. So here we need to have orders, so our errors are gone. So let's just go ahead and reset. If you're getting the data successfully, then we won't have an error. Oh, this is cart. We need to go to orders. So it means that we're getting the data. So what we need to do here in our list view builder, just to be sure that we're getting the data, what we need to do, we need to print the length of the data that we have. So here, we're going to say product.length, and let's close it. So we have two items. So we're getting our data successfully. So we can get rid of this print statement that we have. So first, before we work on our widget, we need to create an instance of each and every item that we are getting in this product, from this products list. So we're going to have var orders is equals to products index, and let's close it. So we'll be using this, we'll be accessing these orders. Let's make it order. We'll be accessing this order and then display our data. So first, we need to return a container. Let's close it. And in this container, we're going to require margin. And in this margin, we want to use edge inserts. So we need edge inserts.all. We have to give it a size of 8. And we need a padding also. So we're going to give it a padding of the same size as our margin. Let's give our container a height. We want to give it a height of 75. Let's add cons. So in our container, we require a color. So this color should be in decoration. If we put it outside, then we'll run into an error. So we have our decoration text box decoration. And in here, we need a color, and our color is going to be a lighter black. So we need colors.black. We need this 12. So we have our 2 containers. So we need to give it a border radius. We need to make these edges a little bit circular. So let's go ahead and do that. So we need border radius. So we're going to use border radius.all, and we need to manipulate the radius, and our radius is going to be radius.circular, and we need to give it a value, and our value is going to be 12. So let's add const on top to get rid of the complaining lint. So in this container, we're going to require a child. So let's go ahead here. We need the child property, and our child is going to be a row. In this row, we're going to give it a main axis alignment, and our main axis alignment is going to be space between. Let's have our children. So our first child is going to be another row. In this row, it has children, and our first child, it has to be a container. Is going to be an image. We want to access the images that we have in the product that we created on top. We want to display it, so it's going to be image.network. So our source is going to be order. So in order, we need to access, let's see, product ID. In product ID, we need to access image URL. Image URL is a list, so we need to access the first index, and let's save it. So we have our image. There's a little bit of design to this container, because this image is just plain, like it's a PNG, it doesn't have a background. So the least that we could do is to give it a little bit of a background, a white background with some rounded corners. So let's go ahead and do that. So the first thing that we're going to require in here, we're going to require decoration, and our decoration text box decoration, and we need to set the color. So here we need to have colors.white. So now we have our square, our box. So after we have our box, we need to have border radius, not border, but border radius. So we need border radius.o, and in here we need radius. So our radius is going to be .circular, and we need to give it a value 12. Let's add a little bit of padding around this image so that it can be a little bit inside. So we can manipulate the size, the value here, give it a value of 5 so that it won't be too small. Let's add consts at the top. So we are done with our image. In the same row, we need to have our text. So we're going to put our text in a column. So let's go ahead, create a column. In this column, we require children. And let's give it main axis alignment and cross axis alignment. So both of them, they have to be from the start. So we're going to have cross axis alignment dot start, and let's have main axis alignment, and it's going to be dot start here. So in here we want to have a reusable text widget. So we've used a reusable text widget before, so we can just go ahead and copy it from the top, and then we can manipulate the values in the text. So here we need a text, and our text is going to come from our orders. Our order, it's order, not orders. So here we need to access product ID, and from product ID, we need to get the title, not the title, but the name. In the size, we have to make it a little bit smaller. So we have to give it a size of 12. The color, it has to be black since we have a grayish background. So let's give it a black, and our font weight is going to remain as bold. So let's go ahead and save it. So we have our title here. So what we need to do, we need to push this title a little bit to the side. So before this column, we are going to add a size box, and this size box we are going to require width. Let's give it a width of 5, and let's add a comma. So we need another one for our price. So we need to copy this text that we have, and we need to put it right underneath. So here it's supposed to be price. Color of this text, we want to make it gray, and we want to give it a shade. And our shade is going to be .600. Let's give it W600 here, and we need to have another text right before our price, like a description. So let's go ahead and paste this line here. So to access that description is going to be product name dot title, but it's too large. So to fix this, we need to wrap it in a container. But before we wrap it in a container, let's wrap it in a fitted box. So a fitted box will allow our text to resize according to the size of the widget. Right? So now it's displaying, the whole text is displaying, so we don't have a problem. So if we go ahead and wrap this fitted box in a container with a restricted size, like for example, we have this container and we want to give it a width, and let's give it a width of 325 and we multiply it by 0.6, right? So the smaller our widget becomes, the smaller our text becomes, so we won't have this error, like the overflow error. So that is okay. So we need to add a little bit of space between these widgets so that they can cover this, whole area rather than to be concentrated at the top. So we need to add a size box. This should be a size box. So let's make it a size box, and we want to have a size box here. So in our size box, we require height, and our height, let's give it a height of 5. Okay, we need to add a comma. That will do. So let's just copy this size box that we have, and we're going to paste it right below, before our last widget. That's okay. So on the other end, we want to put like the payment status, whether it's paid, and the delivery, like the delivery status, whether it's being delivered, whether it's pending, or it's been picked up already. Color. So the grayish color, it has to have a shade of 700. So here we have 600. So it's okay for that. And we need to go outside of this row that we have, and we need to create a column. So in our column, we're going to require cross-x alignment. So we have to make it to center, and we require main axis alignment, and it's going to be center also. So in here, we require children. So our first child is going to be a container. In our container, we're going to require padding. So our padding is going to be agencies.symmetric, and we need to manipulate the horizontal side. So our horizontal is going to be 25. So right outside, we need decoration. We need box decoration. In our box decoration, we're going to take a color, and our color is going to be black. So it's going to be colors.black. Let's add a comma. We want to give it a border radius. So let's have border radius here. It's going to be .o, and we need radius. It's going to be radius.circular, and we need to give it a radius of 12. Now we need to give a child to our container. So our child is going to be a reusable text widget. So we might as well just go up, take one from there, and then paste it in here. So that's our reusable text widget, but we don't need to display the price. What we need to display the payment status. So in here, we just need to get rid of this, and we need to say order.payment status, and we need to capitalize it to uppercase. Let's change the color to white. Consts, what we can do, we can add consts everywhere. So let's just go ahead and do that rather than just doing it one by one. So we are done working on that container. So right underneath, we need a size box, and our size box has to have a height, and we have to give it a height of 5. Okay. And right after our size box, we need a row, and we need to give our row children. So our first child is going to be an icon, and it's going to be material community icon. So we need the track. Okay. Track first outline. Okay. We have our track. Let's reduce the size a little bit. So here we can have our size, and let's make it 16. Now it's a little bit smaller. So we need another widget in our row. So let's go ahead. We need a text widget. So we can copy the one that we have above, and we can paste it in here. Let's just save it like that. So we need to space this text from this icon. So we need to add a size box, and we need to manipulate the width. We can give it a width of 10. So this is our delivery status. We need to display our delivery status. So here we have delivery status. So our delivery status is pending, and we have to make the text black. And let's reduce the font weight a little bit to 500. Okay, 8 will do. So let's wrap this container. Let's wrap this row in a container. So we need the same properties that we used in this container in our decoration. So let's just go ahead and paste them in here. And the color, it can be black, but it has to be lighter. So our padding, we need to have edge inserts. So we're going to have edge inserts.symmetric. We want to manipulate the horizontal side, and we have to give it a padding of 5. So now our widget is a little bit bigger. We want to make it a little bit smaller. So we need to alter this width that we have in our size box. Let's make it 5. Okay, that's right. And we need to change the font weight from bold or from W600 to normal. So here we need to have normal, and we need to save. So that's all. So let's just have a run up of everything that we did before we finish. So we hooked this page, we hooked everything to our backend. So if we have favorites, if we want to add favorites, we can just go ahead and add favorites. And these are our favorites, so we can remove from favorites. If we go to our profile, this is our profile. Orders, we have 2 orders. These are orders. So if we go back, our cart, we have 2 products in our cart. So now we have the ability to select the product that we want to purchase and just check out. So everything is working fine. We can be able to log out